from beneath the sand. Place can take me across, seems so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she
Well, that went absolutely terribly. Hey, everyone. So Dylan is out for the moment. We're going to be starting on the first round. Let's see here. I'm going to be sending it over to the camera just so you guys can see everything. Let's see here. Where are we? That is not correct. So we will update this information. Um, Once Dylan gets back, we will be back to your normally scheduled program and all that. Cool. Thank you.
I'm back. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. I am TJ with Geek Fortress, and we are doing a stream. Thank you for being so patient and waiting so kindly. We are in the middle of Game 1, Blue-Red Delver versus Naya Allies, and it is going to be an absolute blast. 5 rounds tonight, 20 players in the store, and let's get started. I don't have a co-host tonight, so I'm going to be talking a lot. It's going to be an absolute great time. Okay, so we have got a Hot Free Blade along with a green one that I can never quite remember at the moment, and all kinds of things going on up here. Okay. So, a young Pyromancer using some human tokens as those 1/1 elementals, as I am trying to jump back into this and see if I can re-catch up. But a Snapcaster on the field, 2 of those tokens just getting in the way of those creatures. Looks like Aaron is on a very aggressive start here and has Nathan on the back foot, attacking also with an Expedition Envoy. Dropping another Aether Vial, Aaron operating off of only a single land, which is pretty impressive, actually, with that Temple Garden and a Vial, which has apparently been doing a lot of work for him. Okay. So we've got a Spell Pierce, an Is It Charm, and one other card in Nathan's hand. Might be going to drop that land. He's going to be up to 5 land, which is an unfortunate amount, and a Vendilion Click. So right now we could see him trying to go for an Is It Charm and a Vendilion Click to try and get in the way, and could see him using that damage to line up some multiple blocks and end up favorable. But it looks like going for some main phase things, taking that down before an ally comes in, but unfortunately looks like that Aether Vial gonna drop one in. I believe that is an Oran Reef Survivalist. And that Is It Charm ineffective, unfortunately. By adding that in, he gets another +1/+1 counter. That card is an Oran Reef Survivalist, now up to a 3/3, and the one that just came in because it counts itself, getting a +1/+1 counter. So, essentially a 2/2 for 2 that gets better when good things happen. Still with that Expedition Envoy, and also a Hot Free Blade, which is a very good card. That Hot Free Blade, just a 0/1 for 1, but with 5 counters already means that we have seen 5 allies enter the battlefield, and it looks like just getting aggressive again. With him down to 5, there's just not a whole lot of downside to it. Getting in the way of that, but looks like we're still taking 1, 2... okay. In the way of a lot of those creatures. Still taking 4, and if Aaron has any allies in hand that can come off of this, then he is going to have, if that's his final declare, then all Aaron needs to do is Vial in an ally to take a win. But doesn't look like he's got one. And we back to Aaron. Nathan, who continues to have land, so an unfortunate amount of land here in Game 1. Aaron probably going to take this Game 1 and then we'll be jumping into Game 2. You know, never say never, but it's pretty close. And seems to be putting it... Okay. Put it in the graveyard, probably just so used to it acting as a spell that happens to be attached to a 3/1. And looks like gonna choose himself, revealing that card and gonna try it. So I like this. Vendilion Click has an ability. So Vendilion Click, when it enters the battlefield, look at target player's hand, and you can choose an on-land card from it. If you do, that player reveals the chosen card. These revealing that Spell Pierce. Puts on the bottom of his library, then draws a card. So, able to target himself and actually get rid of that Spell Pierce, which he doesn't need, hoping to draw into an answer, not getting one in that Game 1, just going to pass the turn back. And Aaron likely going to untap and then go for the kill. All right, and there we've got that, and they will be heading into Game 2, which gives me a chance to say hello to everybody. It looks like there's almost 50 of you, which is fantastic. Much more than we have at the early points of a lot of our streams, so thank you so much for joining. Sorry for being late. Had a little bit of a scheduling error. I should text you when I don't have to co-host. I'll see what I can do. Should be able to. Nonetheless, thank you, everybody, for joining. As always, I do like to have that chat active. So, if you do have any questions or comments, anything like that, feel free to toss that in the chat, and I'm always happy to interact with you guys as these players are going into Game 2. A lot of fun things. We had a GPT last Sunday that many of you joined for, which was just the greatest thing ever. Got, I think, like 100 new followers, and it was just phenomenal. So thank you everybody who was a part of that, and hopefully some of you are those people from that stream rejoining us. I apologize for that delay in me getting back here, but I do have a list of all the decks in store, and again, no Eldrazi. So let me read you off those decks that are in the store tonight. We have got Joe's Modern Zombardment deck, which was an absolute hit on the GPT. We do have Infect, so give me just a moment and I will read off what we have got in the store as I toss that timer up. Let's say about 35 minutes, and I'll get that confirmed soon. So, as we're about to go, we have got Joe's Zombardment list, Zoo, we have got Infect, 2 Kiki Chord, Bant Nightfall, Blue Moon, Burn, Slivers, Jeskai Control, Mono White Taxes, a Flicker deck, which I believe is red, white, black. It's pretty sweet. 2 Abzan Chord decks. Another burn deck, which seems to be a newer player, so a little bit of an unconventional burn. I think it's running Gutter Snaps and things like that. Boggles, Jund, Delver, which is currently on the stream, and Alaz, which is currently on the stream. 20 players tonight, 5 rounds. It is going to be a hoot, a holler, and a hoot nanny, I guess. I don't know. Always got to come up with lots of things because I like to fill dead space, which means that I have to talk a lot of gibberish, and this is where a lot of the things that you guys keep quoting me on comes from. Nonetheless, it is going to be a blast. And yeah, no Eldrazi in the store today. That's always kind of cool, though there might be some joining us on Saturday. In the meantime, we can enjoy this little hiatus from that, and just, you know, watch Modern as it was meant to be. So, still getting some sideboarding from Nathan, who has an Echoing Truth on the board at the moment. Okay. Tossing it face down. Maybe trying to intimidate Aaron with that one, which, you know, if you ever just put out your sideboard card and say, look what I'm going to kill you with. As another fun fact, was on Reddit today, which is always cool. And there was a post talking about, well, what's the best response when someone complains about the deck that you're playing? And my favorite one on there was someone who said, well, is there another deck you'd prefer I beat you with? Which, I don't know. I thought it was fun and witty and very sassy. Plus, again, just kind of talking about things as they come to mind. If you guys do have any discussion points, feel free to let me know. I am always happy to discuss things. Though when this game gets started, we will have to take a quick break from that and get to the game, where I will be doing some play-by-play on that. But if you are brand new, hello, I am TJ, the Red Baron, and feel free to follow me on Twitter, where I try and let people know when we are streaming, though I should make one now. To Swiper, there is no cut to top 8, just the 5 rounds tonight. Sad. But the structure for the tournament, yeah, it is 5 rounds of Swiss. But no top 8 today, unfortunately. I do like a cut to top 8, but a lot of these people want to go home. It is Pacific time at about 7:30 already when this is getting started. Alright. And now I am making a tweet, which Twitter's still very new for me. So, a lot of fun, and currently just working through that myself at this very moment. Watch it here live. All kinds of fun. Let's do some hashtags. Hashtags are fun. How about this? Give me a hashtag that isn't absurd and I'll add it to my tweet. But does have to not be absurd. I've got about 63 characters left. No, I should probably mention the store as well. Alright. So, both players getting ready for game 2 here. And we are going to see, I already did magic, and I could do modern magic. I should do that one. Yes, okay, I'll do sassy. Doing sassy. You don't know me. Nailed it. Alright. Sent. Alright, so we've got a turn 1 shock of a Steam Vents by Nathan, who is dropping down a Delver. Delver of Secrets. Fantastic card. And actually, I will make a second one with it saying, finally, no Eldrazi. So, Delver of Secrets. Really good card. Good in almost every format that it is legal in. At the beginning of your upkeep, you look at the top card of your library. If it's an instant or sorcery, you can reveal it and transform it into a 3/2 flying. Followed by a Hada Freeblade from Aaron off of a Cavern of Souls, probably naming allies, and Nathan revealing a Remand, actually. So that's a really solid reveal if he can drop down a second land. That Hada Freeblade, a 1/2 after getting hit by its own enter the battlefield triggered as a 0/1, getting turned into a 1/2. Otherwise, hashtag finally no Eldrazi, and then I will put the stream again. Boom. Alright, you guys are great. If you want to see those awesome tweets, maybe hit that little heart button. Follow me on Twitter right above my head. So we've got a swing for 3 off of this Delver at Aaron, who is going to go down to 17. Nathan paying the Steam Vents for that Vexing Delver, or that Grim Lavamancer. I would actually prefer tapping just the basic mountain and signaling other options, because by not having that blue mana, Aaron doesn't have to worry about counter spells. Nathan does have a Lightning Bolt in his hand, which makes me think, very likely that we will be seeing him use that Lightning Bolt, maybe on the Hada Freeblade. But nonetheless, I would prefer just seeing something like, signaling more. So we have that bolt on the Hada Freeblade. Otherwise, we will be taking, I believe, one... Don't quite remember the name of that card, but I think it's Akum something. Akum Battlesinger. Look at me nailing it. So, Akum Battlesinger, the creature that is putting Nathan down to 16 as he goes into his 3rd turn. Otherwise, not doing a whole lot yet. Putting in a Steam Vents tapped and going for a Serum Visions. Another thing that I would prefer to see is actually doing the Serum Visions before playing the land, just because you don't know if you want that 2 mana. So he's going to draw a card, and now he doesn't get that option to have that land enter untapped. That sounds amazing, by the way, the Foil Wolf token. That sounds just incredible. Okay. So taking a look, it looks like we have a Delver in that Scry. I'm probably going to be putting that one on the bottom. No, okay, keeping both. Likes to see those. Maybe just trying to make sure that he stays aggressive. We do have 2 Remands and a Spell Pierce in hand. Again, I would have liked to see him keep that mana untapped so he could use that Remand, especially drawing another one off of that, I believe. But working out if he wants to attack. Gonna go for 3. Still has mana for the Grim Lavamancer. I would like to see him use that probably on the main phase, actually, because it's, I guess it's a 1/1 and that's not going to change. Night to night, I can elaborate a lot more on my answer between rounds, so ask me again when you have the chance, because I'd happily answer that more fully. So Aaron, going to be going for a fetch off of what I think is a Sacred Foundry, a gorgeous one, an expedition there, going for a basic plains, going down to 13 in the process. Nathan doing a great job in this game of applying that pressure and keeping up that disruption. Playing that turn 1 Delver, doing the Bolt followed and a Grim Lavamancer turn 2, really feeling that role of playing a threat and then just keeping disruption up. So, we have got... I can't quite remember the name of that one, but I think it's another one of those 2-mana 1/1s that have an enter the battlefield ability to gain a +1/+1 counter, and a swing for 1 with haste. Interesting that he didn't give the other creature had haste and he chose not to swing with it, which is unusual to me. Hello, Prince Kermit. And an untapped, so a Snapcaster Mage, the card that he kept on top. He does have a Bolt in his graveyard, though his graveyard is a little bit mysterious. Hey, Nathan. Could you put your... could you have everything on the mat? Yeah, thank you. Alright. And we have got Battlesinger, Flipped Delver, Grim Lavamancer, 3 lands for Nathan, fully untapped. So he's got a Snapcaster, 2 Remands, and a Spell Pierce. Really solid for maintaining that protection because he can do a Snapcaster into the Bolt. He could Spell Pierce and then later Snapcaster Spell Pierce. Though Spell Pierce not going to be super effective in this matchup when it is so creature based. And also 2 Remands, which are going to take or at least delay anything that comes out, which is really all you need, all things considered. Alright. And playing out, I believe, an Oran Reef Survivalist. Thank you, everybody, for correcting me. So, a Spell Pierce on Aaron there. Going for that. I kind of agree with the Spell Pierce when you can, just because you don't really have a whole lot of options. And drawing that other Delver that he kept on top. Oh, I put that on top, but that was supposed to be, you know what? Oran Reef Survivalist being the card there. I brought up Adorn, sorry. When it is just me, I get distracted by other things as they are necessary. But that Oran Reef Survivalist coming out as a 2/2 because of its Enter the Battlefield trigger on itself. But Nathan down to 12 there. Let's see here. And I will inform Dylan. Let's see here. I think just... Alright, and into Aaron's hand there. I did let Dylan know. And a Hada Freeblade coming out. It is a 0/1, going up to being a 1/2. And Aaron putting his Oran Reef Survivalist up to a 3/3, but both of them also, all allies gaining haste and +1/+0. So that is a swing 4, 5, 6. Again, not swinging with that Hada Freeblade, which is a little bit surprising, but Aaron doing a nice job of reapplying pressure. Really kind of needs a Bolt at this point, or just something to put in. I was expecting him to actually remand that Hada Freeblade, only because that would give him a second card in his graveyard to exile with the Grim Lavamancer, and could take down maybe the Akum Battlesinger, or actually he would have been able to take down that Oran Reef Survivalist in response to any kind of triggers and would have kept the haste down. So the Grim Lavamancer, I think, would have been a good card to use there. With maybe the Remand, even though it's not going to actually permanently answer the card, it gets that second card in your graveyard where you can start applying that Grim Lavamancer. But just taking the 6, and at this point Nathan is really looking to have some way to deal 6 damage next turn, otherwise he's going to have to start getting into a blocking situation. And drawing a Serum Visions, that is actually going to be a really nice one to give him that other card needed. And let's get that timer fixed. So playing out his second Delver, not playing the, again, a little bit odd to see him not casting that Serum Visions first. Normally, I'm of the opinion that you would want to cast your cantrips at the beginning of the turn if, you know, you're going to be playing them during that turn. That way it gives you the most information about what you'll be doing, and it can help him decide if he wants to play that Delver or not. He is getting a third land there, which is nice, and has 2 lands, one of them a Spell Pierce. Now he has to debate if he wants to leave that even on top. Probably, I would expect bottoming both of them, since his game plan right now is just to block with that Delver of Secrets, I believe. So I think his big game plan next is to probably... Let's see, he could swing for 3, make sure that he blocks and just have that Grim Lavamancer deal 2 damage to him. That would put him down to 1 and keep him from using any mana base. And with Aaron having a pretty limited number of cards in hand, that will keep him from really being able to play a ton of pressure. The biggest problem there is that they would be gaining haste because of that Battle Singer. But just a swing for 3, keeping back those creatures, and let's see what we get into next. So a Cavern of Souls, probably again naming it as maybe humans if he just wants to diversify, but doesn't really need to worry about Ghost Quarter from a Delver deck. And going for a Return to Ranks. Oh, dang it. You mishit one button, whole thing doesn't work. So Return to Ranks, returning X cards with converted mana cost 2 or less, which is 3 of them. Interesting that he didn't play out his island and keep up a Remand, because Remand there would have actually given him the game, which is a bit... It's surprising to me that he didn't play out that land. But a large swing there, and with all of those... 3 of those things, so that's actually 4 damage. Again, not swinging with those allies that actually have haste, which is interesting. That Akun Battle Singer does give those creatures haste in addition, and I know that I've seen Aaron use it previously. Oh, it does not. It does not give them haste. I am wrong. Sorry about that. That is why. This has been throwing me off. Just the Akun Battle Singer has haste. It doesn't give out their allies haste. So, as it currently sits, I think Aaron has the win. Can just block there, exile 2 creatures, and put him down to 2. Or, actually not going to do that, which is a little bit surprising. Not going to use that... Oh man, I was only like 5 seconds off with the timer when I guessed. That's pretty impressive. And an untap into what is likely going to be a Game 2 win. So, picking up those cards, didn't end up applying too much there. Okay, so waiting for Game 3 now. Back again, saying hello. Night Tonight did ask me what decks that I play in Modern. The long answer is that I play a wide variety of decks in Modern. I've got 8 of them put together. I've got Burn, Affinity, Infect, Delver, 8-Rack, Lantern Control. What other ones do we have? I have a Death Shadow deck. Oh, and Red-Green Titan Shift. Primetime Scape Shift. And Death Shadow, like a Rakdos little casual one that is technically Modern legal, but I mostly use it when playing against people that don't competitively play Modern, which is mostly what I do. My favorite deck in every format is Burn, but my main competition deck is Affinity. I just feel like it has a lot more of a skill ceiling and versatility to the deck, and is good and, can work around its hate much better than Burn can. Burn, still very much my first and truest love, but Affinity, a blast to play as well. Can't deny that probably my favorite deck to play right now. Plus, gotta love the, the All-Star Tin Man Band, something like that. People call it all kinds of stuff. Your Destro. Absolutely, Abzan Company, excellent spot to be in right now. We have 2 Kiki, Chord, and 2 Abzan. None of the Eldrazi, actually, that they're very good against, but still solid decks. Reign of Trains, I use KMC Hypermats, personally. I like the red KMC Hypermats. But mostly just, Hypermats. Night to Night, sorry. I like to keep a lot of versatility, and Lantern Control was easy to build since I had all the affinity cards. So it was a really easy deck to build, and I was able to play. And I like to play test. The reason why I have so many decks is so that I can, first of all, lend them out if needed, but also so I can play test against such a wide variety of decks when I have maybe a smaller group of people who only have a limited number of decks. So it gives me a lot of options for practicing against the decks that I have. So starting out with a holdout settlement from Aaron here in Game 3. He is on the play, followed by a Steam Vents from Nathan. It was dropping a Delver of Secrets. So, Delver of Secrets, if it flips next turn, the blind flip, always one of the better things that you can... Blue-Red Delver, if it blind flips it on turn 2, that's just an excellent start to the game. Otherwise, Nakum Battlesinger, the 2-mana 1/1 with haste, coming in at Nathan. And also when it enters, it gives itself +1/+0. So, it actually swings as a 2/1 the turn it comes in, because it counts itself and other allies entering the battlefield. A Sulphur Falls being dropped by Nathan, which is able to enter untapped because he has that Steam Vents, which is both a mountain and an island. And dropping a second Delver. So we know that he has a Young Pyromancer in his hand. And keeping up another 1-mana spell. It looks like we might have a Bolt in there. Okay. I think he put the wrong card down. So, I think accidentally dropping that Young Pyromancer might have been thinking it was a different card. But Delver so far, off to an excellent start. Also not swinging, which seems a little bit unusual to me. But a swing for 2 from Aaron, and Nathan going down to 14. Still a little bit interesting. Okay. And that core is the Core Blade Whirl that entered the battlefield and did give it that +1/+0. It is a 2/2 for 2 that when it enters, creatures you control gain first strike until end of turn. Really nice against this Young Pyromancer and those Delvers and the Insectile Aberration. And a Lantern Scout, actually, which is a very cool card for allies right now. So a 3/2 for 3, and when it enters, creatures you control gain lifelink. A really nice swing there that is going to gain him back a lot of life, which is going to be really impactful in this game because Delver, like any other deck, does need to attack. Nathan, not new to, I think actually a little bit new to Magic, but I think he, oddly enough, pretty much just plays Burn, so a little bit new to some of the other decks. Okay. And a Young Pyromancer getting dropped by Nathan, currently at 7. So swinging for 3 at Aaron. One interesting thing is that when playing against Delver, I always kind of enjoy when it doesn't flip because it guarantees that they're drawing either creatures or lands. And I start kind of tallying this at least image of what the cards in their hand are, because it gives you a sense of, you can start knowing what is their hand. And dropping down a Choke against Nathan, getting remanded, Pretty solid there because that choke would be really, really nice. Every land except that Sulphur Falls on Nathan's side of the battlefield and island right now. Still not going to be the most hurtful place, all things considered, just because with Nathan at 7 and Aaron at 18, even if Aaron's able to drop that next turn, it's going to be really nice, though these young Pyromancer tokens are going to go a long way in buying him time. Having 2 young Pyromancers that can just consistently chum block. That's in your hand. Okay. So, but those young Pyromancer tokens, which are being represented by humans, but they are elementals, are going to do an excellent job of buying him a lot of time. If he can just consistently keep casting that other remand in hand, any of those spells, and just keep chump blocking. The biggest issue is that this Lantern Scout is going to be really problematic. So if he does have a removal spell, or when he gets one, very much needs to use it on that Lantern Scout, which is going to be hugely impactful in any kind of racing situation. Alright. Space Marine, I would love to answer that question, but if other people want to help answer, and if re-ask me between rounds, and I can happily give my answers and thoughts. An Oran Reef Survivalist coming down for Aaron, getting its own trigger, and then all of those creatures gaining first strike, getting +1/+0, and gaining lifelink. I am fantastic. Thank you for asking, though had a little bit of a late start. But otherwise, great. So, 2 of those young Pyromancer tokens lining up to block. We are going to be seeing a lot of life gain right now. I think going to be gaining 6 life for Aaron, so going back up to 21. It's getting more, and actually 24. Goodness. Apparently I did my math wrong. Oh, because there was also the Coon Battle Singer, which I just completely missed out on. Sorry about that. And a Serum Visions from Nathan. That is cool. So revealing a Serum Visions, flipping his other Delver, and he's going to be revealing that one. Really needs to get some kind of answer to this Lantern Scout, or else he doesn't have a whole lot of ways to win this. So, dropping down those, draws the bolt exactly what he needs at the moment. I expect him to be pointing that at this Lantern Scout almost immediately. Okay. And that bolt going towards the Lantern Scout, though he is cracking that holdout settlement to return it to his hand. So saving that Lantern Scout, and it is going to give him, another opportunity to gain lifelink. Sorry about the buzz. Black Iron Barkus, happy to entertain. Hopefully our meta is all kinds of fun. So, Aaron taking 6 off of those 2 Delvers, but with that card in hand, Nathan really looking to have some kind of hard counter to it. Maybe a Mana Leak would be really nice. Oh, I'm sorry, Ally Encampment. I have been saying the wrong card. Sorry about that. Ally Encampment, the card I am naming, able to sacrifice it and return a target ally you control to its owner's hand. And we're going to be seeing him drop another 3, but uncounterable this time, for a Lantern Scout, so that remand ineffective against this card. And we're going to be seeing a large swing, all of them with first strike, with what +1/+0, and with lifelink. So that is a swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Swing for 9 with Nathan at 5. Really needs to, start proactive. He needs to keep proactively blocking to stay alive, but with Aaron going up to 25 now, every time that he gets that lifelink trigger, it is just going to be harder and harder for Nathan, so I'm kind of expecting this game 3 to go into Aaron's favor at this point. A Spell Pierce, a Remand, a lot of counter magic against a deck that is with a Cavern of Souls in play, so not a very ideal situation. Can cast the cards. At a certain point, we might even see Nathan just trying to cast those cards on ones that are uncounterable just to get the Young Pyromancer tokens and keep buying time. Biggest out at this point, in my mind, is just hitting to a point to where Aaron runs out of allies to cast and has an empty hand. Yeah, Anger of the Gods would be a fantastic top deck. Alright. And a second Oran Reef Survivalist coming out, triggers to all of the creatures, and with 4 attackers, a decent amount of buffs. If Nathan doesn't have some kind of answer, this will be getting damage through. Alright. So, a pretty nice swing there. Again, huge amount of damage. Might take 2 off of this. Going down to 3. That's kind of the best case scenario with blocking all out. But instead gonna block there and end up taking 3, losing all of those creatures, and a lot of life being gained by Aaron, who is going to be gaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I believe, gaining a pretty nice amount, up to 32. Alright. As for why keep Spell Pierce in, I think he does have a sideboard, but and there is game 3 going to Aaron. Okay, so with just about 5 minutes left, we're not going to be able to get another one on, so I'll bring it up to myself and say hello to everybody who is here with us tonight. Alright, I'll see you back in the booth. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining me tonight. Sorry, at the very beginning of the round, had a little bit of a delay in which I had to run the store before Dylan was able to get back after taking care of some errands, but we are now here, we are running and having a blast. Just saw allies take down Blue-Red Delver in round 1. We are going to be having 5 rounds of Modern tonight. It is going to be a blast. 20 players, and I will read you again the list of decks before we continue. In the meantime, as I'm reading decks, if you guys have any questions or comments here before we start round 2, just let me know in the chat and I can get to those once I'm done. So we have got Modern Zombardment, Zoo, Infect, Hate Bears, 2 Kiki Chord, 1 Bant Nightfall, Blue Moon, 2 Burn decks, though one of them seems to be a little bit of a newer player playing Burn. I saw things like Gutter Snipe and things like that. Saw Slivers, Jeskai Control out there, Mono White Taxes deck, I believe Black-White, and I think there's red in their Flicker deck, Abzan Chord, there's 2 Abzan Chord, the other Burn player, Boggles, Jund, Delver, and Allies. So those are the decks that we have there. So, Domenity, making fun of me a little bit, I'm on to you. I say it a lot, so that's pretty reasonable, actually. And I'm getting a knock. Hello?
Sorry for messing up so often on your keyboard.
It's okay.
I'm new to that deck. It's way different than Legacy.
Yes, it is. No,
Alright, thanks.
no problem. Nathan saying, very used to the Legacy Delver, wasn't quite prepared for the Modern Delver, so apologizes for some of those misplays. Okay. Kiki Chord on camera? Yeah, definitely. I can try and do that. Though, really, I should get something to where it's just my face and it says, so. But I am expecting a banning at this point should be interesting. I'm expecting unbannings as well, but, yeah. Eldrazi is certainly an interesting deck, but we're trying not to focus on that one, because everybody's talking about Eldrazi, and I think a decent amount of you are here because we don't have Eldrazi, at least tonight. Some nights we do. Sorry about that, but tonight is an Eldrazi-free night. Certainly going to be fun. If you guys actually do have questions about the Eldrazi, I can certainly answer them. That's not a problem. Just tossing that out. But my thoughts on Kiki Chord. I think the deck is absolutely sweet. Filling an interesting little role in which it has that instant win with a value. So it's almost reminiscent of Twin, but in a very different way. I don't want to say that it's the same thing, but acts as a really sweet value deck. Toolboxy, able to adapt to a lot of different things. And, yeah, very cool deck. I think Kiki Jiki is a super sweet card. Restoration Angel runs a lot of cool cards, so I'd like to see it more, and I think we'll be trying to get it on stream tonight. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on Kiki. Very powerful deck. No Lantern Control in the room tonight. No Lantern Control tonight. But if any of you are new, hello and thank you for joining. I am TJ. I'm streaming out of a store called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do the stream 3 times a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Wednesdays, which you are currently watching, at about 7, which was an hour ago, whatever time zone that you are in. We have modern tournaments. On Fridays, we do Legacy at 7:30, so about, on Friday, but half an hour ago, by wherever your clock is. And on Saturdays, we do Modern again, 6 o'clock, Pacific Standard Time. Usually our Modern tournaments are about 5 rounds, every now and then 4, if there's some other big event going on. And beyond that, Legacy, usually about 4 rounds. Still loving that. Oh, Death in Texas won the events the other day. Oh, that Death in Texas was sweet. You guys can check out all of those top 8 decks from our GPT on Tapped Out. I did put a link in my Twitter to the Tapped Out thing. If people need it, I can as well. But Tapped Out, the username is just Geek Fortress. Those are the 8 decks that are on there. Otherwise, you can find it. There was a Reddit post that was on the front for actually a little bit, which was super cool. Thanks for anybody who helped with that. That had the top 8 decks listed up on there. So both of those ways, really solid. And as always, feel free to let me know any sort of feedback that you have. This is something that I'm always trying to improve and make into a really cool product. And so any kind of feedback that you guys have over time, I'm more than happy to listen to and see what I can do. One of the best places to get that feedback to me is on Twitter, either through a message or just tweeting at me. That's a great way that I can get that and also have it kind of around permanently to review. Also on Reddit, if you don't use Twitter, I'm on the same name on Reddit, and if you find me there, any kind of feedback through that is always excellent. Just want to toss that one out. Am I getting a co-host tonight? I honestly don't know. Maybe Justin might be joining, but as it currently sits, I am going to say no and prepare for talking a lot in this 5 rounds. How do I feel about streaming as daily as possible? I have considered it. The big issue is time. Right now I am doing school, working the fort occasionally, doing the stream, and a bunch. Time is an issue. I am certainly interested in it, and eventually I am looking at maybe doing streaming of MTGO, where I just play Legacy, or play Modern, maybe Legacy, I don't know. But I am looking at, if I end up getting a place in one of these nearby cities, looking at some places there. So hopefully, with much, much better internet than I have, then I may end up just doing some daily streaming, if not in these events, starting to do a stream just in MTGO or anything like that. But that leads me to a great question from Dora, which is, again, this is something kind of... Oh, excellent. But tossing this out, again, this is kind of a future thing as I still work on figuring out how my schedule is going to work, but I'm looking at always producing more content. Whether that be writing is something that I'm looking at, and also potentially more streaming on MTGO, kind of stuff like that. Let me know if that's something that you guys would be interested in, and this is one that it's harder to put into the chat, but if you guys could let me know either on Reddit or on my Twitter, something that I'm really interested right now, again, hoping to be writing soon about Magic, but I'm really curious about what people are interested in reading. I tend to write with a little bit of a casual thing, and I don't know. I don't want to say humorous because you guys might not find it funny, and then it's like I completely misrepresented it. But something along those lines is at least what I'm looking to do, and I'm just really curious about what things that people are looking to read, since there's so much out there. And so, about mental magic format, that format is crazy. There's a Gavin Verhey has written about it previously, and he works for Wizards as a developer. Google his name, Verhey, and Gavin. You can probably find mental magic like that. But nonetheless, I'm just kind of curious about what kind of things people are interested in. Not able to produce it now, but if you guys could kind of let me know ideas that people are genuinely looking for. Most likely, I would only write about what I actually have to write about, so sometimes things might be, a couple of paragraphs. So basically, I would condense it to the things that I actually have to say, and possibly some filler to entertain myself, but not looking to, write 2 pages and just tell you that burn is good, when I could say it in 1 sentence. What is mental magic? Let me check on where we are looking for the round. It's not happening yet. So, mental magic is where you play entirely with no deck of cards, or there's 2 types. One is where you just creatively, you have to keep track of it. The other one is where you use a deck, but you use a deck of all spells, and you can only cast cards that have the exact same mana cost. You can cast any card that has the same mana cost as the card in your hand, but you cannot cast the same spell twice. So you have to have a very deep knowledge of the game to basically know all the cards that share that converted mana cost as you're trying to play. And then, as Kuderna is saying, you can play any card face down to act as a land that can tap for any color. Alright, but it is a very, very, very cool format. Yeah, talking about mental magic. So, it's a pretty interesting thing. I could try writing about it, to be honest, but I'm not sure how much I'd have to say on it. But don't worry, we are going to be getting to round 2 shortly. For those of you wondering, hey TJ, where's the magic? Well, first of all, here's the magic. But we will be getting to round 2 shortly. Man, I am sassy today. Gotta keep it true with the Twitter post. Looks like there is a just 1 match still going. They are currently on turn 3 of turns, so we should be getting into round 2 very shortly. Kobe the Cheese, welcome back. And also just thank you to everybody who is rejoining. A lot of you people who are regulars who I recognize in the chat, and that is absolutely incredible to see you all. And also some of you I'm recognizing as people that I saw for the first time on Sunday, which was just one of our most successful streams yet. And thank you so much to those of you for rejoining. As I've said before, I'd love to see this stream grow and become an actual thing that, and so far it's been really positive, and the feedback from you guys has been great. So I'm very excited, and if you guys ever do have want to see these streams that have happened previously, we have a YouTube channel which is just Geek Fortress is the name of the channel, or I guess the user. I'm not really quite sure what the exact terminology is, but you can find that and you can see our previous streams on there, and we put the timing for the matches into the comments. Other than that, also on Tapped Out, we have an account where I'll start putting decks as they're requested. Previously, I've just kind of taken them from what they sent me. But now when I do get a deck list and it's something that people are requesting, I'm going to add it to the store's Tapped Out account. So that's something that if you wanted to bookmark it or something like that, you can always find some of our deck lists on that, which hopefully makes it much more convenient for you guys. And hopefully makes it more convenient for me, but may not. I don't know. Typing up the deck list from the top 8 made me realize that typing up a deck list takes longer than I thought. But, again, mostly just talking to fill some time before round 2. As always, if you guys have things that you'd like me to talk about, or dropped my pen, things that you'd like me to talk about, let me know, and I'm more than happy to do that. But getting ready for round 2 should be happening any moment now. Have I ever tried cockatrice? That is an excellent question. I have not, nor have I used X-Mage or MTGO. The internet that I have is awful. So I am unable to really try those. It's pretty difficult for me to use that. I basically am on a mobile hotspot with a data cap. Forgive me for typing. Our round 2 has just been announced, so I am trying to get that up for you guys so that it can be on there. But, yeah. Haven't used it. Again, that's kind of why I'm looking into potentially doing some streaming of just MTGO or whatever I use down the line if I end up in a place with much better internet. But it is time for round 2, which I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. No, but it looks like it's round 2. Boom! Nailed it. I don't know about you, but it looks like it's round 2. There we go. Someone once asked me to sing on the stream. There you go. Let's head on down to round 2. It's going to be a blast. Boggles versus Hate Bears. Boggles on the right, Hate Bears on the left. Personally, I'm going to be giving the edge to Boggles because I don't think that it's going to be overly hurt by some of those tax effects, but in early Thalia could definitely turn that around and give it to the Hate Bears player. Biggest thing is that Ghost Quarter, extremely powerful, so should be a little bit interesting. I'm curious to see what you guys think on who is the advantage. It's certainly an interesting match. But Boggles, probably the one that I'm giving the edge. So, let's head on down to the match and have some fun. Alright.
Am I keeping this?
He was looking for the rest of the cards. Those are the ones that I was able to find.
Okay.
Okay. You know what, Game Time? I will edit that list as soon as I have time, and I will basically make every card on their foil. So, yeah, I'll do that as soon as I have a chance. Sorry for not doing your deck justice, Peter. And Kobe the Cheese, thank you. Feedback, always important, even when it's the things that I'm doing right. So, Boggles does have the Daybreak Coronet in hand, and it looks like both players going in pretty aggressive, going to be going for a Shock Land and a Temple Garden there, probably playing out a Boggle turn 1. And let's see what we so it does have the Slippery Boggle. Looks like kept a hand of 6, but if he ends up getting basically plenty of enchantments in hand and being on the play is really big, because that means that he gets a turn 2 before Adam could possibly put down a Thalia. And Adam dropping down an Aether Vial has a Path to Exile in hand, which is not going to be very effective against this Boggles deck. Hate Bear's a deck that is a little bit like a Taxes deck, green-white, based on a lot of abilities that tax your opponent for doing what they're doing. So you'll see things like Thalia, Vryn Wingmare. Also, you'll see some things that just delay what your opponent is doing, so Kitchen Fink's a really popular one. Anything that really just inhibits a lot of things, and otherwise an aggro deck. Also, Leonin Arbiter protects from being able to... Also, let's just talk a Rancor and a Ethereal Armor on this Boggle. Currently, that creature is huge, able to swing for 5 on turn 2, and about to drop a Daybreak Coronet. Insane. That Leonin Arbiter, able to keep him from fetching, but he already got the one that he needed, and a massive swing coming down the pipeline for AJ with that +3/+3 Vigilance, Lifelink, and First Strike. So that's another +4. So this is probably 9. And that's 9 with First Strike, Vigilance, and Lifelink. So Boggles off to an incredible start, and seeing pretty much a very fast game 1. I just don't know if there's anything that Adam can even do. So looks like gonna delay it, and I think only take 7, go down to 8. And we are going to be seeing AJ go up to, I believe, 26. So, pretty impressive start. That is about as good as it gets for Boggles. That curve is what they want. That first strike that it was able to gain originally keeps it from being blocked very well. Oh, and actually I might have been 1 off, but Adam, not updating his die, but I believe that he is at 9, so I'm going to toss that there. So putting out a Brimaz, again, that's just going to act as a blocker more than anything, because there's just nothing, AJ isn't going to be able to interact there. So gets a second Daybreak Coronet, and I think we're just going to see the second Daybreak Coronet land, and that is going to be essentially the end of this game. So Trample, really big right now. You couldn't cast Brimaz.
Huh?
You cast Brimaz with 2 forests.
No, I had 2 green whites.
Oh, that was a green-white?
Yeah, one was
I saw...
one was thicket, one was a
Okay. Apparently one of those was a dual land, and it was just hiding underneath the forest and looked like a forest. But I did mention it to them, and they said, nah, that was a dual land. Okay. So, at least that is what I'm told. But I'm not able to look at their board. Didn't matter as far as the game went, because the win was definitely achieved there. It did certainly look like a forest to me, but hopefully they will be, at least keep an eye on what those were. And we could always check back later on YouTube if they want me to prove it. Or possibly prove me wrong. Never know. Chubby Grunt, welcome back. I believe that you had joined us on Sunday for the first time. Okay, so what Hate Bears is. Yes, I can do that. That is a green-white deck that is based around a bunch of cards that slow down or really just kind of counteract what your opponent will likely be trying to do. So, with cards like Thalia in there, which makes just non-creature spells cost 1 more, which when you combine that with Wingmare, which does a similar effect just with flying, and then you'll see other taxing effects like Leonin Arbiter. And that Leonin Arbiter keeps them from searching their library. So it attacks another way of how those players, it attacks those fetch lands, keeps them from doing that. When you land that, you're able to drop down Ghost Quarters and just use them as strip mines, since they probably can't pay the 2 to go search. So it uses things like that. It'll use Kitchen Finks, which allows it to gain some of that life, prevent a lot of the aggro decks and what they are doing. The point of this deck, basically, is that it acts as a green-white kind of aggro deck, using Aether Vial to surprise with some of those effects, and just lay them down a very kind of fair deck that just prevents what their opponent is likely trying to do. So if you're the aggro deck, that Kitchen Finks is slowing you down. If you are someone trying to, Delver, Burn, one of those decks, those Thalias are going to be slowing you down. And if you have a very greedy mana base, it's going to be slowing you down. Yeah. So Hate Bears, basically a lot of effective cards that have a decent power and toughness ratio and are good creatures, but also slow your opponent down. And that's what we'll be looking for from this deck. Noble Hierarch and Voice of Resurgence, also very notable ones. Voice of Resurgence, a card that makes it to where any of those blue cards that are trying to play on your turn, or use or use effective 1-for-1 removal. Again, Kitchen Finks and Voice of Resurgence, again, excellent against that 1-for-1 removal because they create another creature when you try and remove them. And also, Voice of Resurgence taxes you for counterspells, things like that. Makes your game plan worse. And then it uses things like Noble Hierarch to accelerate themselves into the game and also get that Exalted trigger, which is actually pretty beneficial for giving them an aggressive start. So, Adam playing a Razorverge Thicket, a green-white fast land that enters untapped if you control 3 or less lands, into a Noble Hierarch, and dropping a Temple Garden, going down to 18, and already playing with 3 mana. AJ, on his first turn, dropped down a Slippery Bogle, which is a hexproof 1/1 creature. And Adam dropping down a Loxodon Smiter. Mostly just a 4/4 in this matchup. Very likely, I mean, AJ's not going to be countering it or forcing him to discard it. And we have got a tap for 1, putting on a Spider Umbra. Now, AJ off to a much slower start here, missing his second land drop. So, not fantastic, but that does mean that he kept his land, or his hand, for a reason. Taking 5 off of that Exalted Loxodon Smiter, so going down to 12. And not getting aggressive yet with this Slippery Bogle. That Voice of Resurgence coming down from Adam. Still has the Voice as a possible blocker to then get a 3/3. And going to be shocking that to go down to 10. So 10 to 18. Hate Bear's off to a significantly better start. Dropping down then. Okay, so liked what he had in his hand, because now we have an Ethereal Armor and a Hyena Umbra. Ethereal Armor, probably the more impactful one there. Whoops. Again, missed it. Alright, but Ethereal Armor, enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, so currently +3/+3, plus a +1/+1 for that Hyena Umbra. So it's getting up to be a pretty sizable creature. The biggest issue that attacking with it is going right into those Voice of Resurgence tokens. So far just assembling a giant blocking creature that has first strike. So the more that he just decides to block, he can keep not taking damage and pretty much handle most of these creatures. Currently swinging for 3, but he would get a 4/4. I'm okay with him blocking right now. Adam is stuck on 2 lands, and so he's going to run out of resources eventually. Also, AJ does have another creature in hand that he can eventually actually put a Spirit Mantle onto to get it protection, but may just be trying to build up this creature for 1 devastating swing. Coronet would be absolutely phenomenal for AJ at this point. Does seem to have a... So far I think he can actually... Ooh, and there is the Trample, which is going to be very powerful here. And that is a Spirit Mantle as well. So, looks like going to be going for that Hyena Umbra and the... Ooh, okay, so dropping the Ranger there. Just putting it out as a blocker, I believe. And playing a Rancor. So Rancor now up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So currently an 8/6 Boggle. Possibly going to be swinging in this turn. The big issue is that that first strike, even if he attacks with everything, actually, so attacking, not a huge downside. Does the Boggle deck run Unflinching Courage? I believe there's at least one in the sideboard. I'm not convinced. I'm not sure if how many he has in the main board or side, but yes, there is Unflinching Courage somewhere in there. To my knowledge, he may have changed things, but last I saw, he did have Unflinching Courage somewhere in there. But just going for a pass as opposed to attacking, blocking, pretty much he's okay with blocking at the moment, and just a pass back from Adam, who now has a Ghost Quarter, but not using it. Has a Path to Exile and a Spirit Mantle, as well as a Spider Umbra in hand, and so played that Rancor last turn. So attacking probably going to be the choice right now, especially because he has that Path to Exile. Could be seeing him put that Spider Umbra maybe onto his Glade Cover Scout, because then he could attack with it or block with it multiple times. But we might just see him put it onto that one slippery Boggle, make an even bigger creature up to, I believe, a 9/7, and keep that path up as a protection just in case Adam does something that AJ wasn't expecting. He'd be able to take down one of those creatures. The only other option at this point also has another Hyena Umbra. Could get his creature up to a 10/8 with that Hyena Umbra and the Spider Umbra, or could go for the Spirit Mantle to give it protection from creatures, but that one doesn't seem ideal to me when he has that possibility of casting the 2 spells this turn, and if he gets a land, that puts him into doing both of those next turn and go for kind of a big final swing. Going for the Path to Exile to take down that Voice of Resurgence, leaving him with a 3/3 and a 4/4 and a 0/1. So I like this because it both shrinks the Voice of Resurgence token and keeps him from getting another one as a blocker, because as a blocker that would have given him another 4/4. And paying that other one to go for a Spider Umbra onto the Glade Cover Scout, so making that one into a blocker. And we are going to be seeing a swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Adam going for a Collected Company in response. So that path possibly being a little bit hasty there. If Adams ends up getting a particularly good, powerful creature, though I'm not sure what options that he has that convert him to cost 3 and under. Does have a Thalia and a Leonin Arbiter. May end up putting those down. Not going to be super effective. AJ's creature does have First Strike, and so even if Adam tries to stack up those blocks, probably not going to end up trading very well, though he does have a 5/5 Voice of Resurgence token, which is going to be very important. Worst case scenario, though, one of those Umbras goes away. So, AJ still in a pretty positive position after that Collected Company. I still think it's at 9/7, and depending on how Adam blocks, looks like going to be going for one large block. That is a total of 9 with 10 to trample over, so it's not going to be able to kill all of them, I believe, because it is a 9/7, so it has to prioritize his blocks, taking down that one first, and that is going to keep it from actually dying. And then the big choice is, what does he want to take down after that? So actually just going to go for the other creatures, lose the Spider Umbra, but otherwise take down the Thalia and the Loxodon Smite. Actually ends up going for all of them. Oh, because that token, I think he prioritized that token last, because taking down the other 2 creatures shrunk that down to where it had enough for lethal damage on it. So I like that play a lot by AJ. So that is actually a pretty nice play, prioritizing those other creatures beforehand. And yes, it does have First Strike, which helped out a lot, but I don't think that it ended up being quite enough off of the Thalia First Strike, and I think still took the 5 off of the other token. So I think he prioritized that last. Oh, but I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Possibly. If the Lockstone Smiter had ended up dying first, it may have only been 6 damage. Now I'm thrown off by that. So, Scavenging Ooze, I'll have to mention that after. I'll have to mention that after game time. So, a Scavenging Ooze out on the battlefield for Adam only has 1 green, able to gain a life, and at 18 right now. It currently has 2 Spirit Mantles and a Hyena Umbra from AJ, though only has 1 land right now. So, only sitting on 1 land, basically just going to be going for that Hyena Umbra onto that creature and can start attacking. Not enough defense in the way, and Adam only having 1 mana up, unlikely for any answers, because even, the spot removal can't actually be used on these hexproof creatures. So instead, just lining up some blocks to prevent some of that damage. probably going to gain a life off of possibly his own Lockdown Smiter or Thalia. So, going to block that. It's going to prevent 3 of the 9 damage. And let me see if I can fix that noise. Hopefully that helped. Let me know if there is a noise. So, a swing for, I believe, 6. Some of that getting prevented. And so taking, yeah, so, and going to 14 after gaining some of that life. Not quite sure what that noise is. Okay. Well, let me see between rounds I can try and fix that. Okay. So, a Quasali Pride Mage out, which is going to be really nice against any of these enchantments. Able to take down one of them, and actually going for a swing with both creatures, interestingly enough. I believe that might be the ventilation. Let me know if it, I think it just stopped, so let me know. So AJ attacking with both creatures, one of them in Glade Cover Scout, that's a 2/2, which actually trades with any of them if he decides to block it, though he would be losing the enchantment. Otherwise, AJ attacking with a very large creature. I think Adam probably going to prioritize that Rancor. The only problem is that if he draws a land, he can put it onto a creature again. With almost all of those, I think all of those lands tapping for green. Sorry about that noise, everybody. Hopefully it is better. So, Adam losing that Leonin Arbiter, a little bit interesting since he only has, and actually AJ has a land in hand, which is pretty nice. So, floating that land in hand, maybe trying to bait him into making some plays based on him not having that other land, maybe taking down that Rancor, things like that. But AJ playing it post-combat because that's the only time that it would actually have any relevance, and Adam dropping out of Scavenging Ooze. So this game, too, pretty interesting. Boggles still very much on the aggressive path, but now that that Quasali Pride Mage is out and able to take care of one of those enchantments, most notably, I imagine the one that gives it Trample, then we could see Adam making a comeback of sorts. And interesting, AJ did have a Rest in Peace in his sideboard and brought it in. I think he put himself on Abzan Company in this matchup because he's seems to be worried about the graveyard. I don't think that you bring that in just for the Scavenging Ooze, so may have been thinking that he was against Abzan Company, though we'll take down any Kitchen Finks that Adam has. Okay. So only one land at the moment, just going to be getting aggressive again. And yes, all by my lonesome today. So we have got the... Okay, so keeping back the Glade Cover Scout this time. Foxiferous, I kind of agree, because it goes back to his hand. I was kind of still sticking with my mind to where he was floating that land in his hand, but actually seems to be going for the Rancor. Kind of has to go to get the kill this turn, but he's not going to be able to. And they are calling over a judge. Not entirely sure why, but they're still checking out. We've got a block taking down the Rancor, so getting a block there. I think he's wondering if he can... Okay, so I think he's wondering if he can use the Scavenging Ooze to eat the Rancor, using that Noble Hierarch so that it gets exiled before it goes back to his hand. Yep, okay. So, ends up eating the Rancor with the Scavenging Ooze. Okay. Interesting. And no, Dylan is not sick. Vincent, good to see you again. Alright. So a lockdown smiter coming down for Adam. Still AJ in a bit of a positive position, and gets a Rancor off of the top. And that is, I think, going to be at the end of this game, too. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, a swing with a 9-7. Needs to start throwing creatures in its way. A Rancor off the top, exactly what AJ was looking for. And also, Swiper, I did notice. Thank you for the compliment. So, stacking up those blocks for a total of 6, and going to be activating that for 7. The only problem is that means that Adam will be taking 2, and it's not going to trade. So, pretty solid there. Going down to... Oh, okay, so also blocking with that Noble Hierarch, and only going down to 3. Granted, not where you want to be with that. Has the Kitchen Things, a Voice of Resurgence, and a Path, which is ineffective. A little bit interesting that he kept in Path for this matchup. Maybe only kept in 1 to be able to take down the core Spirit Dancer, just in case that was the play, but ended up working out just fine. And a Path to Exile. Okay. So, Adam doing a bit of a facetious path there. No, he is aware of that interaction. And we see Boggles taking it in 2. So, a solid game by Boggles, and I'm going to see if we can get another match. Alright. So, I'm going to take it back to me in a moment. And I will be talking to you all in the booth here shortly. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. Always a pleasure to have you all here. Looks like we are right at 70, which is what we were kind of averaging, though I'm hoping to see that maybe increase after such a successful Sunday. But if you are brand new, welcome. My name's TJ. I'm streaming from a store called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you ever have any questions or comments or feedback, let me know in that chat. But I would also like any kind of that stuff at my Twitter, at RedBaronNTG, or you can also let me know on Reddit, where I have the exact same name, and you can probably find me there every now and then talking. So those are some good ways to get things to me. Some sweet plays that we had, though Boggles got it pretty nicely there. Corthian, exactly right in that the eating that Rancor with the Scavenging Ooze was a very sweet play. Reign of Trains, I have thought about using headsets. The biggest issue right now is that we'd have to get kind of uniform ones, so that if I have a co-host, looking at that, I do have a headset that I could theoretically use, and I've thought about it. Plus, I would look, and then I'd just end up dancing all the time. CKG78. Do we ever do Popper? That is a very interesting question. And I have been looking at adding Popper. We don't currently, but I've been looking at adding it this summer. Possibly trying to get some Popper events in the store. Right now, we mostly do Modern and Legacy. We also do Modern No Ban List every 6 to 8 weeks, and I am looking at potentially adding Popper tournaments, kind of at a similar time frame. Okay, so I've thought about it. The biggest thing is that, again, partly the schedule, but do we ever change the background? I'm open to the idea, but so far I haven't found anything that I like more than this. But if you guys want to send ideas to my Twitter, always down for more ideas there. Otherwise, what do I think of Popper? I like the format. It seemed extremely blue dominated, but that ban on Cloud of Fairies might actually fix things. So I'm certainly open to the idea of Popper. I like the format. Burn is viable and somehow the most expensive at slightly over 100. But I can definitely build Burn in that format just like any other. So we have been investigating the idea of having some Popper events at the store. Hopefully those can improve. Do I take background requests live? You could let me know in person, certainly, but I can't really change it while I'm doing this. I have some that I already have pre-made, but all the other work to get one impromptu would be surprising when I'm all by myself. Do we have any Storm players tonight? No, but I can let you guys know what we have in store while waiting for another match. Hopefully before the end of the round, we should be getting one. So, we have got Zombardment, Zoo, Infect, Hate Bears, 2 Kiki Chord, a Bant Nightfall deck, Blue Moon, 2 Burn decks, Slivers, Jeskai Control, Mono White Taxes, Flicker, Abzan Chord. We've got 2 of that Abzan Chord, Boggles, Jund, Delver, and Allies. And no, unfortunately, it's not just searching up the cards. Basically, it comes down to framing the card and doing all kinds of stuff like that. So, a little bit more. Okay. But, nonetheless, thank you for joining me, and we should be having some more matches here in the second round from, yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast. What is the Bant deck? It is Bant Nightfall, which is an interesting deck. So let me tell you a little bit about it. What Bant Nightfall is trying to do is exploit a combo that exists between Knight of the Reliquary and Retreat to Coralhelm. So Knight of the Reliquary taps, sacrifice a plains or a forest to search your library up for any land put onto the battlefield tapped. Knight Retreat to Coralhelm has a landfall ability for tap or untap target permanent. So what you can do is tap that Knight, grab a land, untap the Knight again, tap the Knight, sack a land. You can do this even with fetch lands, so you can start cycling multiple things to tap down their creatures. Eventually you have all the lands in your library in your graveyard, and you have an untapped giant Knight of the Reliquary with all of their creatures tapped down. There are also sometimes versions that run something like Rogue's Passage from Return to Ravnica, which allow you to get it unblockable, even if there are some creatures with hexproof, things like that. So, a lot of ways to do that. The meta seems to be Delver, Elves, Affinity, and Dredge. I'm assuming that you're looking at Pauper. I don't know the Pauper metagame that well, to be honest, but it might hopefully increase eventually. Yeah, I'll be looking into the Pauper metagame a lot more. Time has not really allowed me to do it recently without me playing it, which would have been the main motivation for it. But I am looking into it. Hopefully it is a super sweet format. And, you know, anything that burns playable is at least mildly interesting to me. Man, I should get a beverage. Alright. And it looks like we might have another match up. Okay. What game are you guys on? What game are you guys on?
This is just for fun.
Okay.
Nobody else is available.
Are they on game 3s and stuff?
Not yet. Well, we'll check.
Cool, thanks. Alright, so we do actually have a match on the stream right now. Let's take a look, and it is going to be David Bradbury, who I will talk about a little bit, because whenever he gets on, I have to thank him. And we're just going to call his deck Flickers, up against Aaron, who is on Allies that we saw last round. But these two are just going to do a little bit of an exhibition match while we are waiting for another match. So, I'll see you guys down there. Okay, so these two players on somewhat of a Flickers deck, and I'm going to click my little exhibition batch button. Boom, nailed it. Love that I got to add that. And, alright. So a Viscerous here out for David. I don't have a deck list for this one, but it's definitely an interesting deck, and as people get curious about it, which inevitably anytime that we have interesting things, I can try and put it on. But this is an exhibition match. They're going to try and get another one of those modern games, which they're all in the middle of the game at the moment. But we have a Hada Freeblade, Kabira Evangel in, I think I said that right. Hopefully. Let's take a look. In 4. Oh no, and I need to add that exhibition thing as well. So that Kabira Evangel out, giving creatures protection from a chosen color, and also an Expedition Envoy. I'm not sure if you were making fun of me, Peter. I'm honestly not sure. So this Viscerous here, currently a sack outlet. And Anafenza the Kindry Spirit coming out. So for any of those flicker... What other program buttons do I have? Very few. Mostly I have an update button for life totals, things like that, though eventually we're going to be looking at getting those life totals to automatically update. What's your official name for that deck?
Mine?
Yeah.
Party bus. Sure, we'll call it party bus.
Okay, what's a...
Black, white, flicker.
Okay. So, it is a black-white deck. So let's just put that in there as well. So an Anafenza out, that Akum Battle Singer coming in, doing a lot of effects there. So that Hada Free Blade up to being a 5/6, and just revealing, and Ally's gonna take that game. Peter, I do not have the capability to, I mean, maybe, but I have no idea how they do that, but I would consider it. That certainly sounds fun, but I don't know if those things cost money or not, and my budget currently is, well, lower than 0. I'm very much in the red. But speaking of which, since I don't get to do this very often, and frankly, I'm still a little bit uncomfortable with it, but if you guys would like, down below, there is a donate button at the bottom of the page, down below our schedule and all those things. If you'd like, it's an option. Some people requested it, so we put it on there. You know, it's there. TJ Madden. Oh, man, how come that wasn't a TV show? Alright, so, still getting a little bit of an exhibition match here in round 2, but likely we should be able to get some other... No, it is not an infinite life. Or at least there are infinite things. Is this all self-funded? I get a little bit of funding from Dylan based on if I can convince him to, but otherwise this has mostly been with the help of all of the people, David Bradbury, Sean Coy, I mean Dylan definitely helping out a lot, so, and you know, like our monitor was donated by Steven, though we're just borrowing it, but pretty much a lot of people have been helping out a lot. And I cannot thank them enough. David Bradbury on the right now playing this Black-White Flickers. The man who has been an absolute technical wizard, put together this entire overlay. I cannot thank him enough for doing all that incredible work, and is always extremely helpful whenever I break something by accident. So, I cannot go so far as to say self-funded, but certainly it is a group doing a lot with, as Vincent is saying, a lot with a little. Well, hopefully a lot, and hopefully looking to do more. So, I do appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys can't tell that we don't have a budget. So, we appreciate, I'm going to take that as a compliment. That's what I'm going to do. But, Vincent, thank you for that. But yeah, there is an infinite life combo in that deck, but it's really all mostly about some other abilities. I think I might have some of his rough sketch as far as what his deck list might be. I think that there's also a shell. See, I don't know quite what it was, because when he was talking to me, it was a little bit like red-white, and now that it's black-white, I'm just not quite sure. Doro, that is a fantastic idea, and I will talk to David about that, because that sounds super cool. But yes, we are in a supply closet. I'm not going to pull back the green screen, which is a still new and exciting addition for me. But this green screen, definitely a new one, still hanging out in there. We are actually using a 1080p camera. So, Peter, it actually is a 1080p camera. We just aren't able to actually broadcast it in high def. though we might be able to eventually. Though, let me know, because I think it's supposed to look a little bit better. We upped the bitrate a bit, so hopefully the resolution is better today. Let me know if you can tell a difference, though it's probably small. You come visit me in store and I'll wear green. Okay. But I think, yeah, it's able to record in 1080p, but it doesn't actually have the bitrate to broadcast it in 1080p with what internet that we have. At least to my understanding. So, Aaron... Oh! AJ has now jumped over. So, Boggles now jumping over to the stream with a Glade Cover Scout going into a Dark Confidant from David. So he's running a Dark Confidant, which is an extremely cool card that I was not quite expecting from this. So, excellent card. At the beginning of your upkeep, you reveal the top card of your library, put it into your hand, you lose life equal to its converted mana cost. Interesting bit is with David's Flicker abilities, so relevant. As far as streaming in 1080p, that's a maybe someday kind of thing. I can't promise anything, and honestly, I can't really promise even what we do have, since so much of this is, you know, I'm definitely trying to... Streaming consistently is certainly #1 priority at the moment. So, a Spirit Mantle on the Glade Cover Scout with protection from creatures, and swinging in for 2, tells me that he doesn't, you know, have a whole lot going on, because there's no creatures that he needs to worry about at the moment. So I'm pretty surprised by that. And we've got a swing for 2 with that Dark Confidant, and dropping down a Kitchen Fink's going to be going back up to 18. And apparently I have a question. And a Rancor on the Glade Cover Scout, followed up by a Daybreak Corner, and suddenly we can see why he was so happy to keep that hand. Huge swing in from AJ. My goodness. So, David down to 13, AJ back up to 20, and an Eldrazi Displacer coming down. That is going to allow him to keep... oh no, not coming down. Just revealing an Eldrazi Displacer off of that Dark Confidant, taking 3. It is absolutely sweet. And dropping down a Ghost Quarter, not going to be super effective at this point. I don't think that he has a Thought-Knots here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But this Eldrazi Displacer going to allow him to do all kinds of fun things. Unfortunately, it does target, and but if he can find a way to get rid of the trample, then he could actually just chain together blockers constantly, which is why I was so interested to see this, but that Rancor coming down does eliminate that possibility. Boggles is disgusting. I don't know, I appreciate pretty much every... Fix it for the win? Yeah. I pretty much appreciate every Modern deck. There's no Modern decks that I really just don't like. They're all just so cool to me. So, I guess that's kind of cool. Alright. In the meantime, just kind of hanging out. Hopefully we can get another one of our actual matches up before the end of the round. But looks like a lot of them were just kind of in the middle of games, possibly in their game 3s. So if we don't, at least we've got something for you. Deemser, let's not say that I'm a... You know, I can appreciate the Eldrazi deck. I certainly appreciate, and it does a lot of really cool things. The fact that those really cool things are disproportionate to the rest of the modern metagame, or the rest of the power level of the format, if I can eliminate that from my mind and just look at what it does, that deck does a lot of very cool things. Okay. So, 2 Kitchen Finks and a Dark Confidant. David back up to 12 off of that, which is nice. Get a Flicker Wisp with the Wombo with Displacer. That would be gorgeous. Especially if you could get rid of that Rancor. That would be incredible. And he does run Flicker Wisp in this deck. And it would be pretty interesting to see him Flicker Wisp, Rancor, and things like that, and be able to just take down all those enchantments, because he could actually chain it to even get rid of the Daybreak Coronet. Okay. So David at 12, AJ dropping down that Unflinching Courage. Someone was wondering earlier if he ran it. Well, the answer is yes, along with another Rancor. So, huge swing for apparently 11. Going down to 1, and definitely in some trouble there. Going up to 31. Okay. So far, interesting things there. What I would like, I'm actually interested to hear about this. I'm going to ask you guys a question. I already asked a little bit, didn't get much on what you guys would like to see as far as writing goes. I think one person asked, but here's my other question. What modern deck do you think will be best if, I don't want to say when, just in case, but if the Eldrazi deck, let's say Ivugan, for the sake of conversation, let's say Ivugan. I don't want to make an argument about what will, or if it will or won't. I would just like to see what people think is going to be a top deck. And I get that it's all entirely theoretical, and you can't make predictions based on an unknown metagame, but I'm interested. It's curious, and I can get some conversation from you guys. Affinity, certainly a popular one. I'm always a fan of Affinity. Swiper, that would be the sweetest win. But since you guys are also answering that one, if you guys do have answers as well to my question of what you guys would be interested in reading about if I started getting into some writing, let me know. Whether that be, probably the best way would be at my Twitter, which is right above my head, Red Baron MTG, but also on Reddit and in the chat if you have no other options. Whether or not you'd like to just message the Twitch, but yeah, I'm certainly interested in seeing what you guys would like to see, as well as what you'd like to see, think would be good. Okay. Reign of Trains looking to buy Abzan. Definitely a very sweet deck. Alright. So, in this exhibition match, getting some opening hands. This black-white flicker deck probably going to be on the play. Looks like some people joining. Hello to those who are just joining and may not have been in this stream before. My name is TJ. This is, I'm starting to call it just Geek Fortress Live. How's that? Let me know what you think of Geek Fortress Live. But, thank you for joining Geek Fortress Live from Geek Fortress. Ooh, man, that sentence becomes a mouthful. In Snohomish, Washington. As an interesting thought, just as a thought experiment, if plating was banned, Affinity would not die. Pretty much the biggest thing that would kill Affinity would be a banning of Mox Opal. If they ban Mox Opal, Affinity ceases to exist. If they ban cranial plating, it can exist in a different form. Alright, and Wakeside, hello! Good to see you. Alright. But still, lots of interesting conversation happening there. So, that Boggle getting an ethereal armor on it. By the way, oh, okay. Hey TJ, Wizard has already hinted towards a new Eternal format that starts after Modern. When do you think the new format might start at? My friend thinks Magic Origins. I think M15 since it gives us fetches and the new card frame. Honestly, it's really hard to predict that, but that would just be a new non-rotating format, and if they're going to do one, my guess would be that it would be from when they entered into the newest design age, basically New World Order, in which all design started, which is the set after Alara. So that would put it at Zendikar, which would keep all of the fetches in and also the shocks, so the mana base would be the same. If it is going to be that and not just like the no reserve list thing, yeah, if. And I don't think that would happen. I think that if they're going to do it, they're going to make something that would be more of a, Legacy replacement, though, again, I don't think that Legacy should be replaced. But, nonetheless, if they're going to do something like that, I don't... my guess would be that it would be kind of Zendikar and go in with New World Order as their decision maker there. I could be wrong, though. I could always be wrong, and quite frequently I am. So, David Bradbury has an Aether Vial in hand, but looks like got that a bit too late. Wastes. I see an Eldrazi Displacer, a Ghost Quarter, and a Restoration Angel. That is pretty sweet. Right now, that Restoration Angel may just pass the turn and wait to surprise, but looks like actually going to be going to drop that Eldrazi Displacer this turn, and that Aether Vial. Try and get the full value off of that to start activating it, and may just be going for that Restoration Angel next turn. Biggest danger at this point is AJ just dropping two very powerful enchantments, but looks like still stuck on one land. Going to be going for a Hyena Umbra. Again, going to give it first strike up to a 4/4, which I think is going to put David down to 11. Alright. They hinted a question of when and not if for a new non-rotating format. Sure, but Mark Rosewater also, I mean, he has to make all answers, you know, eventually, and this is with him keeping in mind that he highly expects the game to outlast him entirely. So, of course, there will one day be a new non-rotating format, so it will still very much exist.
What do you want to drink?
Can I get, like, I mean, if you're willing to give me a monster, otherwise water.
What?
If you're willing to give me a generic brand monster, otherwise generic brand water. Generic brand. It's the best brand. Alright. So, an Anafenza getting hit by the Path to Exile, preventing some shenanigans there, which is unfortunate. But, yeah. There will one day be a new non-rotating format when Modern becomes Legacy in terms of its length, and they just need a new, kind of shorter one. That's probably inevitable. But I am not expecting it to be...
What decks do you want to be seen?
People were asking for Kiki Chord.
Okay.
Also, Infect was requested.
I don't know if there are any Infect players.
There is.
Who?
Josh.
Oh, is he playing you?
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to try and get you guys Kiki Chord and Infect. Those are the two that I saw requested more than any other, so I'm going to try and put those on the stream for you. Okay. So, gonna be a lot of fun enjoying a generic brand beverage. And another Boggle coming out. Looks like we are just going to be going straight to game 2, so it's pretty solid. Alright. Oh, and I'll mention that we're looking for Joe as well. Okay, so we're also going to try and get that Zombardment deck up and running. Anyway, we're going to be heading to Game 3 pretty shortly, so I'm going to come back up to me after this exhibition match, just so that I can reintroduce people. But I would like to say thank you to AJ and David for keeping us entertained, which is quite kind of them. Though we're going to see this last attack here. Alright. The new Channel Fireball article was excellent by GamerZack. I did enjoy it. I'm not sure how entirely feasible it is in the long term, but I liked it nonetheless. Alright, and it looks like the time, basically when it hits 0, I think I'm just going to jump it back up. What do I think of Desolate Lighthouse? Ooh, looks like our chat was actually disconnected from the server, and I'm not honestly sure how to change that. I'm going to try refreshing it. Okay. But what do I think of Desolate Lighthouse in Jeskai? Their mana base is already pretty tough as it currently sits, so I'm not sure how that would go, and I'm not sure what I did, but I may have broken it. Okay, and it's back. Sorry about that. Messing around with things, trying to fix things, and hopefully that chat will come back very shortly. I think that it might be a little bit too slow. It's definitely not bad. I did actually try turning it off and then on again. I think that might have been our solution there. Alright, so I will see you guys up in the booth. Hello, and thank you for joining. This is a little bit empty at the moment. If you guys want to see if you can at least talk about some things. But, is the chat plugged in? Yes. Yes, it is. Mostly I went to properties, clicked OK again, and it kind of reset itself. I'm not going to say that Desolate Lighthouse is a bad idea in Jeskai. I'm immediately somewhat, I don't even want to say skeptical, really, but definitely worth trying, and I don't know. I'd definitely be interested to see what goes on. So if you do try that, keep me updated. I'd love to hear about it. Jeskai Control is a super, super sweet deck. I hope to see it continuing to do well. And if I did break this chat, then I can ask David, who's incredibly good at this stuff, to maybe fix it for me, because I cannot appreciate him enough. Kuderna, I'm not really sure what you are mentioning there, but I'm sorry that you feel that way. Alright. Feel like you don't always have your mana tapped out. I'm going to assume that you mean that you aren't always casting all possible spells on all possible turns. But, if that is the case, the curve. Oh, okay. Talking about that still. Gotcha. Yeah, definitely. Jeskai Control trying to be a kind of instant speed deck and a draw-go deck does mean that sometimes you will have that. And I really like it. It's something that I've previously thought about using the new Jace Vryn's Prodigy in it, which I don't see a ton, but I like because it helps them dig to those answers. Since they don't have a lot of generic answers, they've got a lot of conditional answers that hopefully apply. Jace might help them dig to those. So maybe Desolate Lighthouse could do a similar thing of helping you loot to those appropriate answers. So I can definitely like or appreciate that. And it looks like we have got Josh versus David. So we're actually going to see this Flicker deck. David is going to be on the wall, though I may ask him... Hold on. Hey, David.
Yeah.
Can I borrow you for a moment?
Yeah.
I may have broke the chat plugin.
Why did you do that?
I don't know, but now it's blank. It said
I can fix
disconnected,
it.
and then I hit properties, and then I hit OK, and it may have refreshed, but I'm not sure.
Okay, it refreshed.
Oh, this is the... It's just not refilling it.
Yeah, or at least there's a good chance it refreshed. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone. This is David. He's amazing. One of the incredible contributors to this stream who makes it so fantastic.
Let's do this. We're going to do that. Ignore that. Okay, and it should be good.
He's helping me fix it.
Hey, there's, let's see, Zarek 0? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Alright, so let's see here. Come on. Oh, let's see here. So we go back over here. Why are you doing this? Does it not like that? There's no reason it should not like that. How many people are on right now?
90.
90, excellent.
Well, just shy of 90.
Alright. So, you guys are not seeing this. Oh,
This
there we
is
go.
all mysterious.
Yep.
Also, a quick thought before you leave.
Yes.
Doro came up with a great idea where we could possibly add a box to have it drop down for, like, what, Ruined Halo and Pithing Needle and stuff for naming.
This
on
makes
canvases.
sense. Yes.
So, I don't know. We can get together sometime and think about it.
Yeah.
I passed it on, Doro.
No, we can do that. So, let's see here. Just double checking this. There is... Unless this went down for some reason. What happens if we go here?
I'm just going to keep trying to be entertaining without interrupting him. Hopefully that works. Thanks for helping, David.
Of course.
And actually, we're going to be seeing you on the stream next round, right?
Yes.
So since
That's
we
what
have
I
a
hear.
quick moment, are you able to talk and do this at the same time?
Yeah.
Give us a quick run-through of what this deck does.
So it's a mid-range value combo deck that focuses on primarily gaining value out of Eldrazi Displacer, a number of flicker effects. We got Restoration Angel, we have Flicker Wisp, being able to violent things and just gaining value off of flickering things like Blade Splicer and it looks like their server. Something's up with their server.
Oh.
So that might be why. In the meanwhile, we can just switch to dark mode on this.
So ABS is having trouble with its server.
That's
Or
what it
OBS.
looks like. Yep.
Ah.
So what we can do here is we can try and do this.
And
And
if
then
you give
in
me
the
a brand new
meanwhile-
thing, I'm not sure if I'd be able to.
So
We might just have to operate it without it a bit.
Okay. To show you what this real quick, if we just go, let's go.
Are you going to add one of those window capture things?
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. It's just doing a window capture right there. That makes
Ooh.
sense.
And then I could just unclick one and re-click the other?
Yeah.
Would I have to do this for each window?
Um,
For the full chat and all those things too?
yeah, so let's go down to the thing real quick.
We could probably just
and-
go without it. They all have
Are you
the
sure?
chat. Yeah.
Wait, connecting. Oh, so
Oh.
yeah, it might just be on a delay. So this should connect soon. We'll see what happens.
Cool.
Uh,
There it is!
There we go.
Yeah!
We got it. Excellent.
Okay.
Cool.
Thanks, David. You're a rock star.
No problem.
And thanks for giving us a quick run through of the deck. Good luck out there. Fight hard.
Start the timer.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So, we are about to see David with his black-white flicker deck go up against Josh, who is playing blue-green Infect. Right. So, let's watch this as we jump into round 2. So we're going to go into round 3. The timer is now started, and let's watch some super sweet magic. Again, thank you to David for always saving me when I need it. So, I'm TJ, streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Feel free to follow me on Twitter if you have the option to, because hopefully I will try and be mildly entertaining, or at least just post when we're doing streams. So, plus, then I can post those deck lists straight to that link when you are looking for them. And let's head on down to round 3. So, both players getting ready. The Bradberries taste like Bradberries. Fantastic. Looks like some new people here, just over 100, so woo, woo, woo. It's always kind of a fun little benchmark when I get into 3 digits, as I almost knock over my generic beverage, which would be a disaster. So, a turn 1 Glistener Elf off of a Pendlehaven for Josh. Fantastic start, almost exactly what he's looking for. And it seems that David's deck is a little bit light on removal. So one of the big things that he could try and do is delay this game, and if he can get into maybe an Eldrazi Displacer, something like that, he could actually just consistently disrupt Josh that way, which could be excellent. So, this Glistener Elf, let's go ahead and bring this up, just in case some of you aren't fully aware of the Infect deck. That way, you can become aware of it. Infect tries to operate outside of the regular damage that most magic operates in, and we're going to watch him take 1 Infect here off of it, dropping down a Verdant Catacombs, going down to 17. What they try and do is... So yeah, if he does have the Noble in hand, I would have expected him to cast that. Swiper possibly talking about his turn 1. I think he has a turn 2 play. As an interesting thought, there's often the idea that you don't want to play your Noble Hierarch first. You instead want to play your Glistener Elf first. And I was expecting him to cast it pre-combat, but that's so that you can swing for 2 on turn 2, as opposed to waiting until turn 3 to start swinging with Infect at all. So, what you'll often see is the turn 1 that turn 2 of the Noble Hierarch, and it sets your turn a clock sooner, turn 2 as opposed to turn 3, and you still get that Exalted trigger. Even if you are accelerating yourself to 3 mana, with this deck it very much needs to be aggressive and fast. So I actually like that line of play, though I would have liked to see him do the Hierarch pre-combat. So, a Dark Confidant coming down for David. That's going to start dealing some damage to him, drawing him some cards. Again, not a huge downside in this one. Up against Infect, occasionally you'll lose to a hugely pumped up Noble Hierarch or Spellskite, but for the most part, they're going to be trying to do it with that Infect, which deals damage and poison counters. And if David gets to those 10, that's a win for Josh. If you look just to the left of David's life total, you will see that little number 1, which means that David has 1 poison. So Josh putting that Rancor onto one of his Glistener Elves, that puts it up to a 3-1. Not doing the Pendelhaven pump beforehand, that means that he's probably intending to do something else, and then we have the Noble Hierarch pump as well, so this is actually a 4-2 swinging in. So the Noble Hierarch could theoretically trade with it, but that would leave him with another Glistener Elf to put that Rancor onto, so may not see that. Currently has a Vines of the Vastwood and a... Ooh, nice. Looks like a Blighted Agent as well, so that's going to be an unblockable source. But taking that 4 Infect, going to be going up to 5, and I think playing out that Blighted Agent, so lining up a kill for next turn. Sorry, this is not an exhibition match. Okay. And David looks like just hitting a land off of that. Has some options, but not a whole lot of main board ways to handle this. Especially with him having so many creatures, the limited amount of removal that David does have isn't going to be super effective, since there's already those other backup creatures for him to put things onto. So, a little bit unfortunate. I think this game 1 is going to be going to Josh. He does have a Vines of Vastwood in hand, as well as a Pendelhaven, and actually has a Spellskite, which he'll probably be dropping down next turn. Otherwise, if he gets the land, he'll probably be going for the pump spell. So David, Anafenza Kintry Spirit, and Eldrazi Displacer. Gonna vial in the Anafenza and then drop the Displacer, I think, is what I'm expecting. A Pontiff would be incredible out of this black-white flicker deck. Though it was designed today, I'm not sure. Oh, thank you. I misspoke. I did mean Groundswell. And does get the land, so might be seeing that Groundswell activate. Probably going to swing, see how the blocks line up, and especially with no option of removal, probably just see that Groundswell on the Blighted Agent take the game 1 win, especially since it can't be blocked right now. But otherwise, as it currently sits, it's still a swing for 5 Infect, so forcing David to make some blocks, and we're going to see the Groundswell move to game 2. As long... it looks like, yeah. So that's going to be it. I'm going to add a little 10 so that he can feel like, boom, look at that. Given the win there, and let's toss that up as we wait for game 2. Let's talk a little bit about Infect. Because Infect is a sweet card, and if you guys have any thoughts about it, let me know. Mostly looking for positive thoughts, or at least, constructive to conversation thoughts on it. Infect, very cool deck right now. Extremely fast, capable of actually outracing some of the fastest decks with its perfect hand. Operates on a completely different axis that can prevent a lot of the life gain sideboards that come in against burn and for other aggro things. But susceptible to a lot of spot removal, though Bolt at a low point right now. Also susceptible to a lot of those sweepers. Whip Flare, Anger the Gods, Drown in Sorrow, things like that. Make it a little bit vulnerable. So, what are your thoughts on the deck right now and its position in the meta? I personally think that it's pretty decent in the meta right now, is if you were considering the 40% Eldrazi, going to a larger thing, or possibly playing online, I kind of like Infect right now. They only have so many removal spells in the main board, so it can definitely be successful against Eldrazi because it even has the possibility of outracing them. So I like that a lot, and also it gets around Worship, which is a particularly popular sideboard card at the moment, and just doesn't do anything against Infect. Same with Phyrexian Unlife and the Enduring Ideal deck that is a little bit popular right now. I know that there's one in the store. So Infect, very cool deck, very fast, able to protect a lot, and an interesting amount of versatility in the build, though most of them starting to drop that Serum Visions and just go for a more aggressive one with a little bit of counter magic to protect themselves. Okay. Let's see. Testing breaks the turn 4 rule. Okay. Vincent, have a good night. So that's an interesting thought about the breaking the turn 4 rule. And I think one of the things about this turn 4 rule, again, something that is becoming a little bit of a relic, all things considered, is that the turn 4 rule in its initial conception was, I think, designed with this mentality that it was turn 4 without, with disruption. So if it can consistently, through disruption, get the turn 4 kills. And I think that's the biggest thing that's at least holding the Infect deck back, is that it is very disruptible by what is in the main board of so many decks, just through spot removal, which is a necessity in most decks. At an oddly low point at the moment, but doesn't seem to be capitalizing on it, which means that at least there is still those places, or those checks in place to hold it. So I'm not sure if I agree with the turn 4 rule as a means to ban a deck. I think it's more of a conceptual thing when you're just considering modern. A term that has been tossed around a lot lately is the 3.5 format. I read that in a couple of articles, I think. Someone said something about it. But the point being, the deck does have a lot of capabilities, and Become Immense did help out the deck a lot. I'm still not sure if I feel like it is worthy of really breaking them, because in theory it can goldfish all day, those fast kills, but as people know how to play around it and hold on to those cards, then they can have a pretty solid matchup against it. And with Infect not doing fantastic in this meta, granted nothing doing fantastic in this meta, except one deck, it means that at least something is still in place. Okay. So, a tapped Ghost Godless Shrine from David, and a Gitaxian from Josh. We have got a Caves of Koilos Spellskite, which is going to be extremely powerful. 2 Blade Splicers, that first strike, again, extremely relevant. A Fiend Hunter, relevant. And an Eldrazi Displacer, relevant. The biggest issue with this hand is that it doesn't have a third land, and that's hardly a possibility. So this is a really solid hand for David. Hopefully Josh does have some sort of answer to that in his hand, because that Spellskite is going to be extremely problematic. I know that he does run Twisted Image, which can take down but doesn't look like he has any of it at the moment. So really, he's going to be operating pretty slowly. That Pendelhaven will help out. I'm expecting him to drop the Noble Hierarch, and then before attacking or in response to the trigger, and so go for a swing for 3, and that leaves him with the possibility of blocking it or not. Going to put the 3 counters on it this turn, so that's pretty interesting and aggressive block, but with him possibly might have been expecting to lay down that first striking 3/3 Golem next turn. It's understandable, but normally I see people just take that first hit, go to 3, and keep it up to prevent any of those burn spells before they develop any kind of board presence. And this is also going to make it much harder, because it would take only, I guess, Anafenza Kintree Spirit is off of toughness, not power, so Spellskite not going to be getting that pump anytime soon. So a pass back to Josh, him stuck David stuck on 2 lands, unfortunately. Didn't get to that 3rd land. So Josh has a nice opportunity to capitalize right now. The biggest issue is that spell skite is still out. But if he can start aggressively going and keep floating that top of David's deck to keep him off of that 3rd land, granted, that's an entirely luck-based thing. He can't, strategically do it. But if he can capitalize right now, he's in a decent spot because he can't block with that spell skite again without losing it. But actually going to do it. That is surprising. That's why. So, a pretty cool block there. A Path to Exile on... Interesting. So what we saw was David path his own Spellskite in response and then path it again. So David pathing his Spellskite, Josh giving it cannot be targeted like a pseudo hexproof with Vines of the Vastwood on his opponent's Spellskite, so it can't be the target of David's spells. But in response, David casts his second Path to Exile on his own Spellskite to get to the 3rd land. That is fantastic. Now able to drop that Fiend Hunter, with him likely not having that protection spell, he can now drop the Fiend Hunter to take down the Glistener Elf. Gonna be dropping, unfortunately, a creature that is unblockable, but still a very cool play by David, and if he ends up getting some other options, we could see some very cool stuff. This was delightful to watch. So, now, if you're David, the question is, do you cast the Fiend Hunter, or do you cast the Blade Splicer, getting a 3/3 first strike, and start blocking that Glistener Elf, forcing him to do that? Next turn you drop the Fiend Hunter to take down the Blighted Agent. It's an interesting thought. I kind of like the line, not knowing what's in his hand, though it looks like it may have been a Dismember, of probably dropping the Splicer, getting that 3/3 to block the Glistener Elf, force any pump spells there to protect it, or he was going to put it onto the dang it, Blighted Agent. And if he does that, then he had the kill, and that's unfortunate. But if he doesn't, then that means that he either has to protect the Glistener Elf or just not attack with it because he's not able to. Then next turn, you can drop that Fiend Hunter, take down the Blighted Agent, and now you've got a nice first strike blocker. But instead, we're going for the Fiend Hunter game plan, which is going to take down that Blighted Agent. So I think David might be having a Dismember in hand, which could put him in a nice position, though Josh, continuing to hit a lot of creatures in this Infect deck, lays down an Inkmoth Nexus, also has a Spellskite, also has another Glistener Elf. So an extremely creature-filled hand, but all out of pump spells. So he does have a land, a Spellskite. Yeah, so this is pretty interesting. And we have got a swing for 2, or for actually 3, and then dropping out a second one in the end. So, putting out those cards, David up to 3 Infect and a pass back. Josh, close to empty-handed, just has a land in hand. Plays out a Windswept Heath, which is basically just a white fetch in this deck. No green to be seen. And actually, that is a Flicker Wisp. I was wrong. So, a Flicker Wisp in David's hand. A big game hunter would be fantastic. And I think we're going to see the Blade Splicer enter the battlefield. So, going to be getting that 3/3 first striking golem. That's going to be pretty nice. Without the, without the Blighted Agent, those Glistener Elves are at least vulnerable. However, the Inkmoth Nexus is going to be a very big problem. Josh, still no pump spells. So, as David eventually drops down that Flicker Wisp, it's going to be able to get in the way of that Inkmoth Nexus. But David just trying to buy time at this point, very on the back foot. Eventually, I think his game plan, and now they got that 4th land, things are starting to pick up a little bit. But eventually, he might be able to drop down that Displacer Eldrazi Displacer when he's got, a little bit of wiggle room. And that's going to make for some odd interactions. The biggest one is that the Spellskite is still in the battlefield, so if David doesn't end up having an answer to this Spellskite, a lot of his removal is going to be completely ineffective. That Flicker Wisp right now, going to be pointed at the Spellskite, all kinds of things. But eventually, Eldrazi Displacer and Flicker Wisp, in some kind of Flicker shenanigans, could start just completely disrupting Josh's board. So activating that Ink Moth, going to activate and swing for another 3 with Infect. Okay, so we're getting a shock now to get to another mana. Peter noticing the Spellskite. And going to be going for a Groundswell, which is going to be enough. So, a pretty unfortunate finish there. And Josh getting it in 2. So, Swiper, your Infect deck does take the win, and let's see if we can get another match on this table. Great job by Infect. Fighting through it, getting through a Spellskite, though saw some interestingly aggressive attacks blocks by David, which I thought was interesting. He might have gotten to his 3rd land and never, if he had just built that board presence with the Blade Splicer, then he may not have been able to he would have been able to get through that pump potentially, because he could keep redirecting it to his Spellskite if he could assemble some really good blockers. Okay. And let's see what we can do. Once you're done with that, would you guys be able to take a look for another match? Thank you. They're going to try and find me another feature match. So, let's go back up to me. Looks like some people are joining, which was going to leave me to doing a little bit of an introduction of this whole stream. Hopefully you guys are, not too tired of it, so I'll see you guys in the booth. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining me again, to all of you who have been here since the beginning of even today's stream, or many of our streams ago. It's still very surprising to me to think that we've been doing this for 5 months, maybe 5.5, and it's just been an absolutely great trip. But my name is TJ. I am streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 3 times a week, and it is an absolute blast. If you're brand new, hit that follow button. Join us for our many more streams. Schedule can be found right down in this area somewhere. Still a little bit of odd things with the green screen. Let's tell you guys what decks that we have in the store tonight. We have got Joe's Zombardment list, which we are going to try and get on stream eventually. We have got Zoo, Naya Zoo, Infect, which we just saw take a win, Green-White Hate Bears, 2 Kiki Chord, a Bant Nightfall deck, Blue Moon, 2 Burn decks, Slivers, Jeskai Control, a Mono White Taxes deck, the Black-White Flicker, which we just saw, 2 Abzan Company decks, that's the other Burn deck, a Boggles, a Jund, Delver, Allies. All kinds of interesting things. I would probably qualify that as about 2 to 3 brews, give or take a little bit, but it's always great to have all of you here. It looks like about 110, which means that our average might actually be going up. Do you have to be able to pronounce Snohomish to live here? No, you do not, but you will. You will learn how to pronounce it very quickly. Interestingly enough, I mean, I guess this is probably true of all kinds of towns, but printed all over the place. But you don't need to pronounce it. You can say Snohomish. That's what a lot of people give us. So, all kinds of cool things. I can try and get you guys Blue Moon. I think right now one of the other ones that people called for is the Kiki Chord, and so we're going to try and get one of those on next round. Thank you to everybody for joining. This is just fantastic to have all of you here, and as always, any kind of comments or questions are more than welcome in the chat. I love interacting with you guys. It's one of my favorite things about doing this, and it's the reason why I haven't really competed in our in-store tournaments for, I don't know, a while. So it's because it's just so much fun, and I'm certainly learning a lot about modern even more, and actually I feel like I've even improved as a Modern player just from doing this stream, which is always nice. Looks like you guys got some other decks that you want to see. Unfortunately, we do have, we've got 20 decks in the room tonight. We can't get them all on stream. We will try and get some, but you know what that means, and here's me just tossing out. That means that you're going to have to hit that follow button and keep joining us for more amazing streams, which hopefully are actually amazing, to see all those cool decks that we have in here all the time. Look at that seamless transition to a self-plug. Gotta love it. I'm picking up this business. Maybe. I don't know. Am I improving? Probably. Let's hope. If not. By the way, maybe white t-shirt, not the best call. Kind of look like I'm glowing. Anyway. Yes, there is a Zombardment deck. You can find you can find the top 8 from our GPT, which was last Sunday, online. If you go to tappedout.com and look for the user Geek Fortress, you can see the top 8 decks from this Sunday. The Zombardment deck is included. Look for Joe's Zombardment deck. It is glorious. So, that was going to be a lot of fun. As for Slivers on stream, we can try. We had Slivers on stream last Saturday, and it shows up every now and then. I'm not sure if we can get it tonight. If we can, I'll be more than happy to show it. But that does mean, if you want to hit that follow button and keep joining us, we can always keep doing more fun stuff. You know what, Dora? I'm going to assume that what you are saying is a compliment, but it is possible. I don't know. I laugh at myself a decent amount. No one else seems to. Dang it, just did it. Z Grundy saying that I'm not getting any worse. I'll take that as a compliment. What game are you guys on? Thank you. And we have got a match. Who got game 1? Thank you. I'm going to line up these players, and we are going to find out what they are on. Abzan Company. Oh, I believe this is Abzan Company versus Kiki Chord. So, let's go down. Jumping in the middle of game 2 with Kiki Chord taking game 1. Nathan versus Lauren. And just gotta do a little bit more typing because that's apparently what a large portion of my job here is. Otherwise, I'll be checking stuff. Haters gonna hate. Alright. That's fair. Alright. Let's head on down. Boom, look at this exciting game 2. So, an Anafenza Kintree Spirit coming down for Lauren, who apparently has 3 Infect. Let me erase that, everybody. Sorry about that. But Nathan starting off with a Birds of Paradise. So, off to a mana advantage. Lauren having been on the play with Nathan taking game 1. But this Anafenza Kintree Spirit, a very key piece in just assembling that combo. The two decks operate very similarly. One of them is in red, white, and green, kind of those Naya colors, and goes to assemble a Kiki Jiki and a Restoration Angel, among other things, so I don't want to say that's the only thing that they do. But they try and assemble infinite flyers, similar to how Twin did, a very toolboxy deck. Abzan Company, similar, but in the black, white, green colors. Toolbox, bit lower to the ground, acts as more of a mid-rangey deck, and then goes for infinite life through Kitchen Finks, Anafenza, and Viscerus here. So, well, Z Grundy, thank you for saying that you're happy to listen to my commentary. And it looks like that creature getting taken down by a Path to Exile after gaining a life with a Courser of Krufix. Who combos faster? Abzan is capable of comboing faster. Only because just the curve is significantly quicker. But Nathan does have a lot more removal in his deck than Lauren does. So Nathan, I think, has a little bit of an edge just because he probably has a bit more removal. But Lauren, I mean, they both definitely have interesting things. Peter, Lauren is capable of infinite life and infinite damage through the Murderous Redcap. Nathan, capable of infinite damage. So, a Spellskite for Nathan, also a Courser of Crufix, lining up against Lauren's Eternal Witness. Overall, the positive match. Nathan had a pretty significant advantage with his 4 lands. Yeah, that Flooded Strand is a little bit interesting. My guess is that it's just a white fetch, but I'm not sure. There could be a light blue splash. I know that he is running Worship in the main board, however, which is a pretty cool inclusion for a Kiki Chord deck. It's not particularly unusual, but it is in the main board. It's a bit different, and I like it. I think it's pretty cool. Nathan always plays some pretty sweet decks, and I'm happy to see him. This Spellskite, very nice. Lauren doesn't have a ton of things that are going to be playing with Nathan's deck, but I don't really dislike it. I think the biggest thing, I mean, we can even probably take a look at a variety of things. I'm going to see if I can find some. Okay. So we've got a 4, looks like a swamp there, so Lauren getting all of her colors off of that. And the Eternal Witness still not doing a whole lot. Not a fantastic, great start from Lauren. I'd like to see her start really getting proactive, because right now she's completely on the back foot against this deck. Let's see here. So a Worship out on the battlefield. Worship, a pretty interesting card. And it's going to take a Quasali Pride Mage more than anything to take it down for Lauren. But I believe that she does have a Kitchen Finks in hand. That is going to be nice for just dropping it down, starting to get some of that life back, and enables a beatdown game plan, though it's not going to get through that Spellskite very well. But Worship preventing the infinite damage that Lauren is capable of with a Murderous Redcap, dropping a Wall of Roots. Wall of Roots is an interesting card, so I'm going to bring that one up. The biggest application that it has in this, 2 things, I guess. A 0/5 is a really nice thing in a meta as aggressive as the current one is, and also, because the ability doesn't actually tap it to get mana, you can basically use it to get twice as much mana from one creature for your Chord of Calling. So you can take the green mana and then tap it to help pay for the spell. So, Courser of Crufix getting in for an attack, and Lauren going down to 12. And going for that Chord of Calling that I was just mentioning. Looks like tapping for 4, so is this a chord for 1, maybe for a Viscera Seer? I believe it's a chord for 1 because the 2 spent on that Wall of Roots last turn. So Lauren... Oh, okay, so it was a chord for 2. Gotcha. So a chord for 2, going for her own Spellskite. So both players lined up with a Spellskite. Might get to see one of those ever so exciting Spellskite battles, which is a lot of fun to just watch them take down their life total, but Nathan in the advantageous position for that. Nathan, so far on the board, that Courser of Crufix, pretty nice. Been keeping him steadily at 18 life when he's been going down to 17 every now and then. So Lauren, still kind of on a combo game plan because she hasn't assembled any kind of aggression yet. She has a Collected Company in hand, which is what I'm expecting her to be doing at Nathan's turn. But Nathan, dropping this Restoration Angel, is threatening very much to... if he has the Kiki Jiki in hand, then that's going to be a kill. I'm not sure if he does, though actually no, he's missing the double red. So, or no, he has a Bridge of Paradise. Never mind. So has a Chord, cannot Chord... Actually, he can Chord for the full amount and has a Spellskite to protect it. I'm expecting to see Nathan use this Chord of Calling, go for the Kiki Jiki, because he's able to exactly get that, and still have his Restoration Angel or his Spellskite untapped if he wants. So, we're about to see a Chord for the win. Not using that Bridge of Paradise, probably just saving it for mana if needed. And we have got a Chord where X equals 5. So, Chord of Calling, now going off Lauren, in response, going for a Collected Company. I'm not really sure what she can hit that is going to really save her. And it looks like a complete whiff. Wow. I think that's the second time that I've ever seen Collected Company completely miss. So that's crazy. And I think, that's once in a lifetime, everybody. You saw it here. Goes for the Kiki Jiki. Has the Linvala in hand, but Nathan taking the game in 2. Man. That was pretty unfortunate. Lauren did have that Linvala in hand. Just needed to get that turn to drop it. And unfortunately did not have the opportunity. It is possible, but looking at that, I actually didn't see any creatures in that Collected Company. I saw, I think, 2 copies of Collected Company itself in that company. It's possible that there were none, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was certainly interesting. So, for those of you wondering what just happened to cause that win, I'm going to do a quick little thing. Kiki Jiki, the main, one of the 2 main pieces of it. Kiki Jiki, with haste, able to tap to put a token of a target non-legendary creature onto the battlefield. That token has haste. And then there is Restoration Angel. What that Restoration Angel what it do is a 3/4 flash flying that when it enters you may exile target non-angel creature you control and return that card to the battlefield under your control immediately. So what you do is bring that in, you make a copy of it with the Kiki Jiki, the new copy comes in, and then you target the Kiki Jiki itself. It flickers, it comes back into play, and then you can tap it again because it has haste. You get another Restoration Angel, which targets the Kiki Jiki. Repeat, rinse, wash, repeat. You end up with, between 0 and 1,000,000 Restoration Angels. Well, I guess between 1 and 1,000,000 Restoration Angels, which you then swing out and kill them with. So, that is excellent. And that is the way that it goes. Is there a story behind the Kiki Jiki? No. Basically what it is that on Kamigawa, that's how the naming conventions for the goblins were. That's pretty much it. There's also Aki or Ish something, but yeah, they had all kinds of interesting names. Alright, and we're going to go back to us, still trying to get another match. So, got to see 2 matches in round 3. That's always exciting. And we got to see our Kiki Chord. Definitely interesting. So, I'll let him know that Blue Moon is also requested. And letting him know, sorry that I... Unfortunately, not fantastic at both texting and talking at the same time. Which, it's Zozu. There's definitely ones like that. So, a lot of interesting things going on there. Thank you for joining. Looks like you're mostly the same bunch, but you guys are all fantastic. And I know that I've told you guys before, but the only reason that this continues to exist is because of you guys. Started out as an idea. And, excellent. There is a Kiki Jiki lore.
So Jason and I are going on for game 3.
Jason on the right. Excellent. Cool.
Yeah.
We've got a third match here in round 3. 3-3-3. Though I don't know what the third 3 is. Boom. There it is. The third one. God, sometimes I should just stop talking. So we've got Vince with his mono white. This is like a mono white taxes, but what it is, it's a little bit different than the Michael build that a lot of you are familiar with, but still certainly interesting, going up against Jason West, who normally plays a little bit of an unconventional Infect or a Boggles, playing Nightfall today, which is super, super cool. Oddly enough, not hyped up on generic brand of Mountain Dew. Not even a huge fan. Probably shouldn't have told you guys, though. Now you're going to revolt. Don't revolt. Revolts are, largely unnecessary. Alright, so let's head on down to this match. A game 3 between Mono White Taxes and the Nightfall deck. And I already talked a little bit about the Nightfall deck and what it does, but I can do a quick refresher course as we go down there. So, Vince, having started off with a Soldier of the Pantheon to Jason's Noble Hierarch, heading into his turn 2, taking a decent amount of damage. Looks like those lands and that Soldier of the Pantheon dealing some damage to him. So 3 lands as it currently sits. Gonna drop a Loxodon Smiter. That is gonna gain Vince a life because Soldier of the Pantheon gains him a life whenever a player casts a multicolor spell. Let's go ahead and bring up that card. And Vince gonna drop down. Alright. There are a lot of soldiers, and I should have been more refining in my search. Dropping down a Mirren Crusader, which is going to be very, very good card right now. That Mirren Crusader has protection from black and from green, which is a color that is pretty prevalent in Vince's deck. Dropping down a land, but going to be tapping it because that Retreat to Coral Helm is actually a blue card. Whoops! Forgot to. That was a brew that we had beforehand. Sometimes it autofills, and it is going to keep autofilling. There we go. So that Mirren Crusader, a 2/2 with double strike with protection from black and from green. The biggest thing is the protection from green, but because of that Retreat to Coral Helm being blue, it's actually able to tap down some of those creatures. Otherwise, able to swing with that Loxodon Smiter for 5. Now, we got Vince going for an 3 mana, dropping a second Mirren Crusader. Vince needing to establish some kind of answer, but Jason's fetch land able to crack itself again. And if Jason has another land in hand, so gonna crack the fetch at the end step and go for one of them. And going for a pretty painful fetch there. For a Hollowed Fountain tapped, down to 10 to Vince's 16. And a swing for 2 from this Soldier of the Pantheon, which has protection from multicolored, and whenever a player casts a multicolored spell, you gain a life. Very good against this Nightfall deck, because the deck is filled with a lot of multicolored spells, whether that be Knight of the Reliquary, Loxodon Smiter, Voice of Resurgence. It's a very, sometimes Geist of St. Traft. A lot of multicolored cards in this. That makes it very effective in this matchup. So Jason, I'm going to be going for... He has a Birds of Paradise, which wouldn't be fantastic right now. A Noble Hierarch. Looks like some other multicolored spells. And one... I'm not quite sure what that card is, but it looks interesting at the front of his hand. I don't recognize that art. Okay. So, and, yep, just going to reveal the hand doesn't have the win in it. So, had an Elesh Norn in hand as well. And that is the end of that game 3. So, a pretty quick one there. Vince taking it in 3 against Nightfall. Apparently there's a promo Quasali Predmage, which I knew, but I haven't actually seen it that much. That's pretty cool. I like promos. Alright, and sorry to keep tossing you guys back and forth like this, but again, let's head back to some conversation, and as I go back to myself in the booth, think of some awesome, I don't know, let's get some discussion going. Let me know what your thought is, and we can discuss it. Just put @GeekFortress in your question or comment, or I guess feedback is also excellent. So, let's check it out. Alright, more doots, more booths. See, that should be a slogan. I need more slogans. I don't really have a slogan. I've got Geek Fortress Live and which is pretty fun, and I never even realized that I did it so much, and then You guys pointed it out to me, and now all I can do is recognize it. But for those of you who are also wondering, Doro just posting down a little bit of a link. We have got a YouTube channel now. Well, we did have one before, but we're pushing it a lot more, starting to add these streams to our YouTube channel, so if you do miss it, you can catch it later. And to those of you watching it on YouTube now, hello. You should have caught it live. And what happened to the idea of deck text? That is a great question, Peter. And there is an interesting... Basically, it takes a decent amount of work because we'd have to record the deck texts, prepare them a lot, and have a pretty defined time on them. We are looking into that, but it is a time concern as far as finding time just to do it. But we're looking at doing it. The biggest thing is when to do it. So far, our best application thought is between rounds, because while we're in between games, it's hard to decide how long they're going to take to sideboard and things like that, and it's hard to just cut it off in the middle. So still working out the best way to do those deck techs. Our thought is to just make some very quick ones, maybe do them between rounds, things like that. Should be fun, but again, and I know that I say this a decent amount, but as it currently sits, working on so little resources, it's hard to find the time to do more than we are currently doing. It's certainly something that I'm trying to do, and I'm investing that time whenever I'm able to. But with the other things happening, trying to find a balance between everything. And as this possibly catches on more, then it becomes much easier to justify neglecting other things to do that. Certainly, I've also thought about just doing individual videos for YouTube, responding to what Doro just put in the chat, because I'd like to do that as well. But that would might tie into just doing some of the articles, or possibly doing like a vodcast thing. So I've got a lot of ideas, and part of it is just trying to discern what people are actually looking for. Because that's something that I'm interested in doing. But there's so many content creators, and I'd like to be one of them eventually, because this has just turned out to be one of the most fun things that I've done. So I'd like to do it, and I want to make sure that when I do it, I'm producing a product that people are actually interested in seeing. And so I'm still kind of working out how I'd like to approach these various things, whether I want to do deck techs that appear between rounds, or possibly doing deck techs that just go up on YouTube and I can link people to them if needed. To Grunt, talking about we could do deck techs in between rounds using the feature match cam, and then bring the owner of the deck into the booth to talk about the cards. The biggest issue with that one is space, and it's hard for me to really demonstrate that for you, but I am not in nearly as much space as you probably think I am. The wood's back there, not actually there, though I'm not saying you think that. But I'm in a supply closet, and when I do have a co-host, it becomes very difficult to bring a third person in, and then we have an undefined amount of time to talk to them. I would try it, and I've kind of tried to do it once or twice before, but the biggest thing is space back here is definitely a concern, and I'm in a tiny room. Absolutely. Though, again, I'm very glad that we were able to give the impression that we are not, because that's really cool, and it's interesting. Some of the things that you guys say that doesn't strike me as being like a compliment or a type of feedback, though a lot of these ideas, and I know that I keep kind of saying that I can't do some of that stuff, and I don't mean to. All of those are fantastic ideas that I'd like to apply at some point. So please keep up those ideas, because they're fantastic, and I am looking to improve this. It's just that I have some parameters that I have to work with, and hopefully I can expand them eventually and get to that point. It's more just me responding to why I wouldn't be able to, why I can't provide that for you this next stream, something like that. But I do like the idea. So thank you for that. I don't want to discourage you guys' ideas, because those are excellent ideas. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to produce content that people are interested in. And hopefully I can figure something out eventually, because I would love to do that. Yeah. And I feel like, you know, I've got something to actually say sometimes. And certainly if it was more consistent, then I'd have more things to say more of the time. So, for those of you that are brand new, feel free to follow me on Twitter if that is something that you are capable of doing, if you have one of those Twitter devices. I'm a little bit new to it, so forgive me if you're ever looking at my tweets and like, man, he is awful at this. I'm sorry. I'm trying to improve it. It's just a very new device for me. I'm used to, you know, the other social medias. Haven't delved into that one, but I like it so far. Round 4 coming up soon. That timer down there, well, that timer there is pretty much lined up with the one out there, so they should be coming up on turns shortly. And I believe they actually just hit time. I might have been about 2 minutes behind. Someone talking about Kythian in Modern. That's an interesting thought, and I've seen it in a couple of decks. The biggest issue, I think, is you need to really... I don't know, there's only so much value to be gained from Kythian. I like him a lot. I've seen him in Vince's deck, actually, who was just on stream previously. So let's see what he does. He gains Indestructible. He's a 2-1 for 1. It's a great start so far. And when he attacks with 2 other creatures, he flips into the Battleforge, which you get to untap a creature. You get to, up to 1 target creature attacks it. You can make creatures you control gain Indestructible, and untap a creature. Oh, target creature Indestructible. That one's probably your best mode. What has been the meta tonight? Let me tell you. I'll read it off to you really quickly as we're waiting for the 3rd round. So, I know that you guys have heard it before, but I'm going to tell you again. That way you guys can keep up this. We have got Zombardment, Modern Zombardment by Joe. Sweet deck. Naya Zoo, Infect, Green-White Hate Bears, 2 Kiki Chord decks, Bant Nightfall, Blue Moon, 2 Burn decks, a Slivers deck, Jeskai Control, Mono White Taxes, Black-White Flicker, Abzan, we have 2 Abzan Company decks, Boggles, Jund, Delve, and Allies. So that is our meta tonight. We have got 20 decks. It's kind of hard to describe what our meta is on a regular basis, though, because it tends to... I mean, there are those constant decks, but we tend to get a lot of outliers each time that we do the stream, and that's one of the things that I really like, is that it tends to keep pretty diverse. Very often, and in almost all of our streams, we have rarely had more than, you know, 2, sometimes 3 copies of a particular deck, and I think that that's very, very cool. No Eldrazi tonight. We'll call this stream #finally no more Eldrazi. That's the name of our stream tonight. Pass it on. But for future ones, I don't know. We'll call it different things. But we do sometimes have Eldrazi as well. Swiper, I actually really like that idea of possibly making a command. Otherwise, do I think that slivers are good in Modern? I don't think that they're bad. Okay, so I don't think that slivers are bad. That doesn't, you know, it's interesting that there is a huge variety in the types of Modern decks that exist, and, you know, the difference between, like, the best deck and the second best deck and the 20th best deck is not a huge difference. Again, let's ignore the Eldrazi for a moment, because that just becomes a big debate. But, ignoring the Eldrazi for a moment, Slivers is absolutely a viable deck, because it is pretty explosive, it's consistent, has a large variety of abilities. We've seen it do well in the store in the past. I really like the Slivers deck. It is very, very, very cool. I think the biggest issue that it has is that sometimes it gets the wrong half of its big variety of creatures with so many of them. Certainly getting more consistent. A lot of builds focusing on it have been doing well. So I don't think that the deck is without answers, and then if the deck started doing well, it may not continue to do well. It might be similar to Affinity, in which once people are really trying to take it down, they can do so. But if you are looking to play on almost any level, Slivers is probably a fine choice. On a local level, Slivers is probably a great choice. A lot of people may not expect it or know how to play around it. It gives you a lot of versatility in just building your deck. So, definitely not a bad call. And gonna see what is going on there. Not quite. I think that they are on turns. We should be round 3 shortly. Bowfinger fan. Yes, casting from outdoors. Thank you for joining. I'm not sure if I've seen you before. I don't think that I've seen you in the chat before. But thank you for joining. I hope you do hit follow and join us again. If you ever do have any questions or comments, let us know in the chat. It's a lot of fun to interact with you guys. That's why I've got it on my screen here, is because even when I interact with you guys so much on the chat that people looking at the thing on YouTube and later things are wondering what were you even talking about. Well, now we fixed it so that I interact with you guys. Now people can realize who I'm interacting with. Well, welcome. We're really happy to have you. And thanks for joining. Hope to see you again. So, having a lot of fun, and we are looking at heading into this round 3 pretty shortly. Just waiting on a word from the Mr. Dylan, the Mr. Dylan store owner, who tends to toss me out this information. Normally I do have a co-host, which helps out significantly. And I don't know. Apparently I'm not going to be getting one tonight. I do have one lined up for Saturday. Saturday I'm going to be having the fantastic... hold on. I dropped my pen again. Luckily I've got 2 others. The fantastic David Bradbury going to be joining me for some commentary this Saturday. Check out our schedule below and be sure to join us. All those times are Pacific Standard Time. What would I play at a modern GPT this weekend? Personally, I would play... I'd play Affinity, mostly because that's my go-to deck, and I feel like it's decently positioned in the meta. And I really like Affinity. It does a great job against it. It has a decent matchup against the Eldrazi decks, depending on which one you find yourself up against. So if you're prepared for it, that's the one that I would go for personally. The other one, slowly crashing, tossing out another really good choice, which is Abzan Company. But my personal choice, Affinity, fantastic deck. I have a lot of fun with it. So that's what I'd go with. And actually, interestingly enough, I am looking at possibly going to a GPT this Sunday. It's going to be a little bit dependent on what my schedule this weekend looks like, which may be busy. But I don't know. And we are... Okay, so... Alright, so I do have our match. It is going to be Burn up against Kiki Chord. So, Kiki Chord, piloted by the same person that we saw, just go into quick game 3 in the end there. Kiki Chord, very good deck, going up against Burn. Now, the biggest thing is that this is in the hands of Ryan, who is a pretty known Burn player here. The biggest thing is that sometimes he's on Naya Burn, and other times he is on Mardu Burn, which is, certainly an interesting one. I'm going to guess that he's on Mardu Burn, put him down for that one, because that's what he's been favoring a lot lately, and I will change it if necessary. Nothing. I was just seeing if you guys were both there. Be nice. Oh, okay. It didn't come across that way. It was a scary one. Nathan's trying to intimidate me. So, let's head into round 4 of 5. Kiki Chord versus Burn, and then we will try and get other matches up as necessary. Let's have some fun. Okay. Habsar, hopefully I answered your question. I think that I did. Sounds like there's a bunch of people in these woods. In a vacuum where we want a few 3-drops for Jessica Delver, do we choose Geist, Mantis Rider, Rabblemaster, Click, or maybe none at all? Personally, I would prefer Click and probably Rabble Master is the two that I would probably pick. So that's probably what I'd grab. As for the guy saying just play Eldrazi, that's reasonable too. I mean, the realistic fact is that Eldrazi is probably the best deck in the meta right now. But a turn 1 Goblin Guide from Ryan off of a Bloodstained Mire. And let's see if we can take a look. This is Naya Burn. Never mind. I didn't see a green one. All I saw was white, and I apparently made a very hasty decision based on that. So, Nathan, drawn a card and going into a forest for a Birds of Paradise. So, a fairly common one there. Both of these players currently 3-0. And a lightning bolt going for the bird, following the classic bolt the bird mentality. And Ryan on a 1-land hand, keeping a little bit of a risky one here. So I'll be curious to see if he can maintain this pressure, taking down that Birds of Paradise, a very big piece. How many creatures does Ryan run? I do not have deck lists, unfortunately, and a Voice of Resurgence, joined by another Goblin Guide, both of which are going to swing in, revealing a Quasari Pride Mage. Blocking 1, taking 2, getting a 1/1. I do not have deck lists, but I'm going to guess that he is on 12 creatures. Actually, he's usually on the Wild. If he's on the Wild Nakata version, then he's in Naya. So, we shall see. And a Courser of Crufix coming out, that token going up to a 2/2. Ryan's starting to be in a very unfortunate position with life gain on the battlefield and a creature that is going to trade with it there as well. So just a pass from Ryan, starting to lose his advantage. And we have got Nathan dropping a second Courser, playing a landing, gaining 2 life. And this is exactly what Nathan was hoping to do with this game plan. The bird getting bolted was unfortunate. Dropping a Voice of Resurgence to trade with one creature and get another token, excellent. And then landing 2 Coursers of Crufix in a row, just a phenomenal curve for Nathan in this matchup. So, Burn gonna have a very, very tough time. Oh, thank you. Forgot to hit save. This is round 4. So, this Rift Bolt has to pick a target, just going to be going for the face, putting him down to 13. Without having a land on top, gives him a little bit of leeway there. And into Nathan's turn, another land on top, going to be gaining 4 just for taking 1 damage, so going to be going up to 16 if he wants to even fetch. This is just fantastic for Nathan. Okay. And just picking up those cards doesn't have the win in it. So going to game 2. Why not bolt the token? It was up to a 3/3, but when you were playing Burn, Ryan's mentality was probably not that worried about the creatures, because if you take down the token, he still has got the 2 Coursers of Crufix, which are your biggest advantage. So I don't know, it's definitely an interesting one. Well, in my opinion, how much life gain beats Burn? That is a very, very interesting question, and I don't think that it has a strict answer. I think that if you look at it, I always say this, but it depends on what your game plan is. If your game plan is to beat them turn 6, or to just delay until you can enact your game plan, in a removal-heavy deck that is able to take down those creatures that deal so much repetitive damage, then, or just a deck with large creatures that prevent those creatures from doing well, then maybe 6 is probably a decent number of life. It puts them up to having to cast another 2 burn spells, which puts them up to, having 9 cards as opposed to 7. But I think 8 against your general deck, between 8 to 10 is usually enough. But it really, it's entirely dependent on what your game plan is. Because if you're going to keep those creatures down and let them only rely on those burn spells, a very small amount will do it. But if your game plan is to just delay the game and keep enacting your plan, then your question comes down to maybe 8? I don't know. Personally, my life gain of choice against Burn these days is Kitchen Finks or the Lone Missionary. Feed the Clan has completely fallen out of favor with me, at least in my mind. I'm not going to say that it is a bad card. It is a very good card, and if you land it, then if it resolves, then you are at a huge advantage in that game. But I just think that with 7 Skullcrack abilities within the main and sideboard of Burn these days, that it is probably too risky to put all of your win onto a single card. I prefer Kitchen Finks, which spreads that life gain over, potentially 2 turns, and also has the ability to block and act as an aggressor. And it gains a similar number of life if you consider the 2 life and the 2 life for a total of 4, and then the fact that it blocks. So that's going to prevent another 2 to 3 damage there. So that means that it's gaining you 6 to 7 life as opposed to 10, but you're also getting a 3/2 body that can be an aggressor as well. So if you are just looking for a generic answer, I personally like that at the moment. As far as life gain goes, Core Firewalker, also a great one, noting Elandria there. But it falls into the same thing, which is with all sideboard cards, in my mind, they should be a part of your game plan, and that relying on a single card with a bad hand, you will probably still lose. So, Kiki Chord, Nathan has the worship in hand, so probably going to be looking to resolve that one pretty quickly. And going for a forest into a Birds of Paradise, which is probably going to get hit by the Rift Bolt, which is a pretty interesting to run it out into that. My guess is that it's the only play that he has with his curve, but it's almost just an automatic bait to that Birds of Paradise. But in a way, that means that it's 1 green. Oh, and actually going for the face, so Ryan really signaling a Searing Blaze right now. Yep. And there is the Searing Blaze. If you're playing elves, then that is excellent. But if you are relying on them to be the ones playing the creatures, then it will not be. So Nathan down to 14, getting hit by that Searing Blaze. Otherwise, dropping down a fetch land, a Windswept Heath, and dropping another bird. So might be part of the reason why he's willing to run out that other one. But I think an Eidolon of the Great Revel for Ryan. Really, I think Nathan's hand is pretty reliant on this worship being good. And if Ryan is in Mardu, which he is because of that Blood Crypt, we can assume that he's in Mardu, that means that his enchantment removal is almost non-existent. He might have Wear and Tear. Wear and Tear is the big one that I'm expecting him to be running. And if he has that right now, it's going to be excellent against worship. But otherwise, he is in a lot of trouble from that worship card. So, Eidolon of the Great Revel, probably the big card that put Burn back into the Tier 1, or initially into the Tier 1. It depends on how you really want to look at it. But very, very powerful card. Was a little bit elusively powerful at first, if you, ask the people that... But 2/2 for 2, red, and anytime that you cast anytime any player casts a spell with Convert Mana cost 3 or less, you take 2 damage. So Nathan going down to 11 to cast that Courser of Crewfix. And just to swing in for 2, that's a great play by Ryan, because it means that if Nathan tries to block with it, there's going to be 2 damage on it. He's not going to be able to gain that benefit from just playing a land, and that bolt is going to finish it off. And it prevented him from taking the 2. Granted, not fantastic, but when you really need to get rid of that Courser, I like that attack a lot. And following it up with a Gurmag Angler, which is awesome. So a 5/5 now on the battlefield applying pressure, which is just incredible right now. But Nathan's still having trouble getting to this 4th mana, which is very problematic. If Ryan gets another burn spell to take down this Birds of Paradise, Nathan's going to be in a whole lot of trouble. So, we have, I believe, a Wall of Omens, So Wall of Omens coming out a 0/4, I believe. If that's not a Wall of Omens, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that that's a promo. And we have got Ryan another Eidolon in hand, a Skullcrack, and 2 Boros Charms. So a very good hand. And getting hit by a Path on that Gurmag Angler. Pretty unfortunate there. If Ryan was going to play that Eidolon, I would have expected him to drop that pre-combat. Only because it forces him to pick. But, you know, I like dropping the Eidolon pre-combat because it means that if they only have abilities that they want to use in combat, then they're only, you know, it forces them to take an additional 2. Pretty small because him casting it would have just disallowed him from attacking. So, definitely interesting. The big benefit at this point is that attacking before playing it, then it means that he may have drawn Nathan to Path the Gurmag Angler, and he instead gets to keep this Eidolon of the Great Revel, which he may have been prioritizing more highly. But Nathan fetching into a Sacred Foundry, which means that he is now at the 4 mana required to cast Worship. And I think he's probably going to be slamming that one down this turn. So, Nathan with already a quick game win. Only, you know, and there is Worship. Let's show that card. 4 mana enchantment. If you control a creature, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. Okay. So, 2 Boros Charms in Ryan's hand has a lot of ways to get Nathan down to 0. But the big issue is that he doesn't have a way to get rid of this Worship right now, which is going to give Nathan all the time in the world. Halandria bringing up a really awesome point, which is that Bump in the Night does not deal damage. It is loss of life. So, Bump in the Night, we'll go ahead and bring that one up for anybody who doesn't quite know the card. Bump in the Night is a burn spell, or at least is in one of the black burn spells. Target opponent loses 3 life for a single black mana. Because it is life loss, and Worship specifically says damage, if you were to cast that against Nathan, it would actually result in a kill. So, at this point, what Nathan needs to be careful about doing is really walking into the situation in which he doesn't worry about the burn, and still needs to be proactive, because if he gets close enough, then that is just going to take it down. Okay. And a Restoration Angel apparently not coming down. Not quite sure what happened there. Okay, gonna block and then flicker it to gain the life, prevent the damage there. It also means that he can't finish it off with any sort of interesting. Now the biggest thing is that Worship is not damage prevention. Now the reason why that matters is that even the card Skullcrack, which says that damage cannot be prevented, it's not preventing the damage. It instead replaces it to just put you down to 1 instead. Stomach Patches, does the Black Splash have a way? Pretty much Wear and Tear and Bump in the Night. Those are the 2 options that Ryan has in his arsenal. So we're going to get a Boros Charm at the end of turn, putting him down to 4. And now it is just a game of, does Ryan draw one of maybe 5 cards? You know, I'm going to assume that Wear and Tear is maybe a 2 of, if he brought it in, and then Bump of the Night likely a 4 of. So there's maybe 6 cards in this deck that will give Ryan a win in Game 2 and even get him into a Game 3. So, time to start. If you're a betting kind of person, it's time to decide how lucky do you think Ryan is on a scale of 1 to 10. Let's hear it, chat. And we are going to see a Chord of Calling. Looks like for 6, actually. Or, I guess, paying 6. Going for an X equals 3. And going for a... oh! Excellent. So going for a Spellskite. I like it. I believe it was X equals 3. Maybe 2. But still going for a Spellskite. Going to be excellent. And yes, Skullcrack, one of my favorite cards because of that interaction. I absolutely loved Skullcracking my opponents in Standard when they had a Master of Waves and they would block one of my creatures. Skullcrack them, take down the Master of Waves, take down the Elemental Tokens. Thanks. Yep. Alright. So, Nathan, not on much of a clock unless Ryan can find some way, and a chain and a Forge Bolt coming out. That is interesting. So, taking that down, gonna take the 2 damage, and Nathan down to 1, trying to put him down to 0, and draws the... let's see what that land... Hey, Nathan? Hey, Nathan? Hey, Nathan? Did you have triple red?
With Birds of Paradise.
I think you only had 2, though.
I had two red lands, I thought, and I had a Birds of Paradise.
You had, I think, 2 basics, Sacred Foundry, a Temple Garden.
Right.
Either way, that game was just over. I didn't have.
It might have been right.
Are you running Bump of the Night?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't over, but I did.
I had Ooze, Helix, and 2 voices in hand.
Oh, okay.
I had no.
It's probably over. I think you might be right.
Mm.
My bad.
Oh, well.
See, now everyone thinks I'm a cheater.
Nathan apologizes. I called him out on it. I did call him out, though Ryan said, well, I picked up my cards and I was losing anyway. So, Brian being a good sport about it, Nathan being apologetic because he did not realize. So, he thought he had it.
You guys were right.
Well,
But he said he took the bumps out, so he had no win cons left. Like, he had no way to...
oh, okay.
Unless he killed all my creatures.
Okay.
Which is probably not going to happen, but... They were right. I think you're right. I think I had 2 forests and
Alright.
Temple Garden, so... Sorry.
It's... you guys are both, you know...
No, he said he's like, I can see it anyway, so...
Cool. Alright, sounds good. Yep. Well, that is the end of that one. So... I didn't tell him he's a scrub, but we're going to try and get another match up on. So, Kiki Chord again doing well, moving up to 4-0, up against Burn, taking the win, and I'll see you guys in the booth. So Ryan with an unfortunate loss there. Really, we saw... Ryan actually took out the Bump in the Knights, so an unfortunate thing there. Such is life. We're going to try and get another matchup. Lots of time left in this round 4 of 5. I'm having a blast, and it certainly seems, and this is very cool to me, it seems like our average viewership is going up, and this is only in the course.
Well, Mr. Blue Moon is sliding over to face Nathan Cloak.
Oh, there's 2 Nathans?
It's actually a Nathan battle, yeah. You guys are both Nathans, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's so... Well, there are 3 Nathans right there.
Who's on... Okay. Fantastic.
There you go.
Could you ask his last name?
Alexander.
Thank you. So, I bet you guys are wondering, TJ, we need more Nathan. Luckily, there are 3 Nathans here tonight. So, Nathan Clow, with Blue Red Delver, about to go up against Nathan Alexander on Blue Moon. So, it is the Nathan mirror match that is about to happen. Lot of those. Alright, so Oh, let's find out what game that they're on. What game are you guys on? Who got one? Thank you. Okay, so game 1 in Blue Moon's favor, and let's go ahead and see game 2. Nathan versus Nathan. Blue-red versus blue-red. This is about as good as it gets. The only difference is that Nathan is playing Blue Moon, and Nathan is playing Blue-red Delver. I will see you guys down there. Alright, so we are going to be seeing Nathan Clow on the play with Blue-Red Delver, the person that we did see in round 1, coming back on stream. Basically, this is... and lots of bets on Nathan. Seems like a pretty reasonable bet. I'm definitely on your guys' side of the table, and I think that he has the advantage. Alright. Oh, and to Amori Katsu, thank you very much. That transition was put together again by the amazing David Bradbury, who does nothing but incredible work. And, yeah, we all like David. David's incredible. That's true. He does have Nate there, but that's just so that we can have a little bit of a way to differentiate. Okay. By the way, to Tim, the exact wording on worship does not say loss of life. It says damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. So it actually does not work on life loss. It's in a weird wording. Honestly, I don't know the name of that song, but I would like, if I can find out the name of it, then we can try and make a ringtone for it. But Tim, thank you for joining. Certainly appreciate just generating conversation. So, and a good learning opportunity for all, because that is a very interesting interaction that is unintuitive, absolutely. The fact that it only works on damage is very strange. So, seeing some sideboarding from Delver here. And, I mean, Blue Moon probably favored in this one just because they have a lot more removal and are able to take control of those creatures. But a very quick... Oh, Tim, you might be looking at a much earlier version of... because it was actually printed in Urza's Saga. So... The Urza Saga one might actually have some different wording that is very, very misleading. So, even better. We can definitely, or even a misprint would be very cool. So, an interesting thing, and I mean, it's a learning experience for all. Pretty cool there. So, okay, well, Saga says damage, but possibly a misprint. That'd be even cooler. I can get behind that. So, Nate now presenting deck. Nathan and Nathan both presenting a deck. And I'm probably going to give the favor to Blue Moon here. The deck has a pretty decent amount of removal. I see a Burst Lightning in Nathan's hand, which is going to be very good for removing an early Delver. Either pre or post flip, it deals 2 damage. And also later will be a nice bit of reach to maybe even take down a Spellskite if one came in out of this Delver deck. In Delver, I am seeing actually the Delver itself, a couple of bolts, so a pretty solid start here. And a Delver of Secrets coming down to the battlefield. Delver of Secrets, always an impactful card wherever it goes, if it ends up anywhere, yeah. Alright, so from Nathan on Blue Moon, I'm just going to call them by their deck names for the rest of this matchup. We have a Polluted Delta from Blue Moon going for a search, probably going for, might be going for a basic actually. Conserving life total actually matters a little bit in this Delver matchup, but looks like just going to go for the Steam Vents, wants to get that red immediately, especially because of that Burst Lightning. Going to add up for plenty of versatility there. So he now has that bolt as an option, and it looks like not even going to waste time letting Nate untap, possibly with removal. Going to take down that card as soon as possible. Get that card into the... could you keep your deck like below where the dice are? Because everything else is covered up. Like the dice towards the wall is all that I can see. Like little bit more. Perfect. If everything kind of within that window. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is, I think, Nate's first time on camera. Still getting used to some of the stuff. But I always appreciate all these players being so willing to jump through all kinds of hoops for me. They're all incredible. Big ups to all the players who are willing to be on stream. So Burst Lightning from Blue Moon on that Delver, not letting them untap with a possible counterspell, and looks like Delver going to be dropping a Steam Vents going down to 18, assembling those colors as well. Okay. And going for a Thought Scour on himself, so really looking for something this turn. Because that card is an instant, so usually you'll see people fire that off at the end step. But is probably looking for something. Actually draws into a Delver, so we can drop down a Delver of Secrets and hopefully reflip it this next turn. And if Blue Moon is out of some of that removal, definitely going to be excellent. Tim, absolutely a little bit interesting to not see Eldrazi decks. We actually don't have any here tonight. We do have some in our meta, on a local level, and revealing a Serum Visions going into an Insectile Aberration. Alright, so casting that Serum Vision is going to be drawing into a Steam Vents and then getting to Scry 2. Okay. So Polluted Delta and a Steam Vents in play for Blue-Red Delver with a flipped Insectile Aberration on the field, that 3/2 flying. And actually, Blue Moon all out of removal in hand. Looks like a handful of blue spells. Okay. How many Kiki Chord decks are there tonight? There are 2. Elandria, no. Blue-Red Delver does not have Scalding Tarns. I think that might actually... I'm pretty sure that's my Delver deck. And I just don't have Scalding Tarns, so there's only blue fetches in it. Okay. So Nathan just dropping down a card, passing the turn, has a Mana Leak up and a Serum Visions, but we didn't see him cast the Serum Visions. And Nate dropping down his 4th land. But going for a swing 4/3, which is... Oh, so a Snapcaster in the hand, targeting that Burst Lightning. Now we are going to see if Nate has a counterspell. Doesn't appear that he does. Looks like he's got another 2 bolts in hand still. +1 for the Islander. Oh, brilliant. I'm assuming that you're talking about the Cup Chase, or the Cup Island, because that island is sweet. Love that island. And another Burst Lightning for Nathan into his hand. This is starting to become an excellent set. So a Serum Visions from Blue Moon, still acting as the control deck, which is to be expected. Gonna probably start applying pressure with this Snapcaster Mage, because there are just free attacks, and if you can get Blue-Red Delver to start using some of that removal in a Snapcaster Mage that has already very much gotten its value, then you're just going to, turn all of your later things. It removes a lot of their reach, or if they're going to save it to keep up that reach and maybe go for more impactful cards later, that means that you're getting in a free 2 damage on a pretty consistent basis. Okay. And a Lightning Bolt going to take it down, so... that Snapcaster out. Blue-Red Delver not very pressured, all things considered. Gonna drop another tapped Steam Vent. Seems to have lots of mana. Had a similar issue in round 1, unfortunately. And needs to get some kind of pressure out. So the biggest thing is like a young Pyromancer, if he can end up getting one, would be excellent. I don't see one in hand. I think he has a blue spell, another land, and a lightning bolt. So a lot of land. Possibly a Vendilion Click in hand. I'm not quite sure what it is, but Delver really needs to get some kind of threat to protect and build around soon. So that is a Vendilion Click, and we're probably going to see that get hit by a Mana Leak this turn. Okay. And there is the Mana Leak that is going to take it down, so that threat gone. Now that Nathan is down to a single... Oh, it looks like still has 2 land, still has the Burst Lightning. A young Pyromancer might be nice, but that Snapcaster will do a decent amount. Snapcaster has Bolt in the graveyard, also has Serum Visions and Thoughtscour. Possibly should have gone for the Serum Visions actually during his main phase, play out that Snapcaster Mage and go for a Serum Visions. That way he might be able to draw into more threats and set up some future things so that he doesn't get some dead draws multiple times in a row. In the meantime, Blue Moon, still not much of a board, has 3 islands, 2 steam vents, and a Scalding Tarn that has not been cracked yet, so up to 6 potential mana. Looking at some cards in hand, I think one of them might be a Batterskull, which would be phenomenal right now. And it looks like going to land that one. Batterskull coming down. So, Batterskull, the artifact equipment with living weapons, so when it comes into play, you get a token along with it. Looks like we're seeing somewhat of a germ token there, and it gives the equipped creature +4/+4, vigilance, and lifelink. So, looking at a 4/4 against a deck that is very much relying around kind of a 3 damage threshold, this is very, very good for the Blue Moon player, and a little bit telling of a Game 2 win here. With Blue Moon at 14 and Delver at 18, that means that, you know, they're going to be trading life totals on this very next swing. Yeah, it's excellent here. Okay. So, we're looking at the Delver player's turn. Seems to be contemplating kind of what their options are. They do have that Snapcaster, and they may be deciding how to go about it. An interesting play that would be not very effective would be to play a Snapcaster when they attack, block, and then targeting the bolt. Bolt your own Snapcaster to keep them from gaining life. But it would not be a very useful play, all things considered. And a Snapcaster coming down, a little bit odd to be tapping that Steam Vents. I think the 2 islands would do just as well and leave up the most potential for, you know, what your options are. But looks like going for a block and a bolt there. Still has 3 mana, so a Mana Leak not going to be fantastic. 2000 asking if Nate is a new player. Nate is very new to Modern. Has not played much Modern previously, so... at least in respect to Modern, then yes, he would be a newer player. So, going for a Burst of Lightning on the Snapcaster Mage, still has the Bolt in the graveyard and targeted, so he can cast that Bolt and maybe put Nathan down to 11, but it's not going to be fantastic because then Nathan will just go back up to 15, and Delver back down, or down to 14. So a really aggressive clock assembled by Blue Moon at this point. And actually presenting the second bolt from his hand and looking to take down that germ token. So he's left with a 4/4 on the battlefield, didn't gain any life. The big issue at this point is that, passing it back to Nate, Nate still needs to assemble a threat. With 2 lanes in hand, you know, using that Snapcaster to go for some of the removal that may not have been super effective, I still would have liked to see him go for that Serum Visions to maybe get rid of these awkward draws. Alright. Quick-Wear. I don't know. Things are looking pretty good for Nate or Nathan. And using that 3 mana ability to return Batterskull to its owner's hand, pretty nice for Nathan there. and we might be seeing him redrop that Batter Skull. I doubt that we'll see anything else. Replaying that pressure, and that's the start of a game over for Blue-Red Delver, because this just Resilient Threat does have an Is It Staticaster, not gonna be great, and dropping the Flooded Strand at 8 lands, which is almost a pretty impressive amount for this deck, all things considered. That's most of its mana base right now. Well, at least decently if you include what's in the graveyard as well. So, a swing for 4. We have Blue Moon up to 17, Delver down to 14, and this might just be the trend that we see continuing forward for this. And a Torpor Orb as well, a bit of an interesting choice, that Torpor Orb bringing in out of the sideboard, shutting down his opponent's Snapcaster Mages, but also shutting down his own. So it's a little bit of an odd choice, but I can certainly understand it, because, you know, if you can shut down their Snapcasters, and if you're going to be the one that's more aggressive, then hopefully you have Blue Moon in a position where they are much more reliant on their Snapcasters than you are, and you're okay with it just being a 2-1 way to apply pressure. Alright. Going for a fetch for Nathan. Probably just assembling. Okay, going for another island here. And I think just assembling, you know, as much mana as possible. And let's see what we get for Blue Moon. Though the game already fairly locked up in their favor. Losing some of the enter battlefield abilities. You know, that is an interesting thought. I don't think that it is a triggered ability. No, I don't believe that that is a triggered ability. I think that it's just the reminder text that says whenever, but otherwise it's just a keyword, as opposed to a triggered one. And Swiper bringing in another excellent point. So even if it is a triggered ability, the fact that it's an artifact entering the battlefield, it is not actually a creature, so Torpor Orb wouldn't be able to stop it anyway. So, pretty sweet there. And definitely curious. I say P and Kieran Nalar to answer quick roars. So I guess Kieran. So an Is It Staticaster in for Nate, or in hand. Otherwise a Snapcaster Mage just coming in as a 2/2. Can't target abilities in graveyard. No enter the battlefield abilities.
Oh, it's still in response to the Torpor Orb.
Gotcha. Thank you. This is still in response to the Torpor Orb. So, the Torpor Orb, in response to the casting of it, we saw Nathan use the Snapcaster Mage, target the Burst Lightning, and actually use the kicker on it. So, dealing 4 damage to Blue-Red Delver, end up just shouting at them unnecessarily. Sorry for shouting at you unnecessarily.
What?
Sorry for shouting at you unnecessarily. Okay. So, as you guys would have me say, that Burst Lightning putting Blue-Red Delver down to 10, and now just swinging for 6. We do have a Staticaster that's going to come in and take down that Snapcaster Mage and maybe get in the way of this Batter Skull, but it's overall not going to do a great amount, especially because this Cryptic command, countering it and drawing a card, I mean, that's, if there was something that was going to close this game out, that's probably it. Swing for 6, putting him down to 4, especially if, and playing a Jace, Architect of Thought. Interesting. So a Jace, Architect of Thought, coming in, those abilities are small, so it is a plus ability for target creature, or up to one target creature. sorry, thinking of the other one. Whenever a creature attacks, whenever a creature an opponent controls attacks, it gets -1, -0. That first ability doesn't really matter, which is why it doesn't stick with me that well. The second ability, however, basically Jace or Fiction. You reveal the top 3 cards of your library, your opponent separates them into 2 piles, and you get to pick one of those piles and keep it in, or put it into your hand. Pretty sweet. I am hoping to see the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop out of this Blue Moon deck. Huh. So, I'm a big fan of the Mom and Pop Thopter Shop. Slowly crashing. Nailing it with the name there. The first ability is excellent against tokens. I mean, it's certainly relevant, but the reason to run him is because of the -. I didn't mean to say that his first ability is awful. It certainly has its place. But just the ability that is getting used and will be used in this matchup is the -2. This was my intent there. My apologies. And seems to be just picking one of those cards, the Karanos, God of the Storm, which is going to close... I mean, if this didn't close out the game, though it very likely will, then this certainly will. Okay. And a pick up there for Blue Moon. Alright, sorry, just got a bunch of messages there. And, as it turns out, I unfortunately was incorrect. So, let's head on back to the booth. Thank you for joining. Unfortunately, I was incorrect. That was our last round.
We're not doing a 5th round.
I know.
Okay, just want to make sure you do.
Yeah. So, no 5th round just for tonight. Looks like ending it while it is about 11 o'clock here. So, I will stay and hang out with you guys for a little bit. Thank you for those of you who are going to take off. Hit that follow button if you have not yet. Rejoin us Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. It is a blast having you guys, and I will be back doing this with Legacy on Friday. But if you guys would like to stay, hang out, have some fun, I should be here for at least a few minutes. If you guys have anything that you would like to, I don't know, if you guys have any good talking points, any kind of questions, I'm always happy to answer if you care about my opinion or don't. But looks like we got up to about 120. It's raising our average ever so slightly. We went from about 70 average last week, and granted this might be a new trend, but we hovered right around 100 most of the day today, ending at about 120, which is phenomenal. So thank you so much to everybody who joined. Again, I'll be sticking around, but for those of you brand new, my name is TJ. I'm streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and please, any comments or questions are more than welcome. Interacting with this chat is one of the things that I think gives this stream a lot of its, I don't know, character? Is character the right word? Could I play the jingle again before I go to bed? I'll tell you what, if 3 other people request it, then I will do the transition really quick and then go right back to me. So, I'm certainly open to the idea. Other than that, if you guys have other questions or comments, let me know. In the meantime, hanging out, got to see some cool modern decks, and we're definitely going to have some more on Saturday. It's going to be fantastic. Again, some of the people have mentioned that they're looking for Modern No Ban List. We are going to get one of those ones. And, just one more, and then we will see. Boom. I'll be right back. I hope you enjoyed that. That song is so fantastic. I'm a big fan, and also just, this stream being so good at just participating and being so helpful to each other and to me is just incredible. So, thank you to all of you for constantly being so excellent. As far as chats go, I don't know all of them personally, but I'm going to say that you guys are among the best. Always, So, thank you. And thank you for saying that the jingle is sweet. David, of course, gets the credit for that one. But it's a fun night, and if you guys do have anything, I can always play the fun old 6 questions game. So if you just put @Geek Fortress into a question, then something fun. It doesn't even need to be magic related. If you guys have got a question, I will do my best to answer it in 6 words exactly. No more, no less. Just put @Geek Fortress, and then I guess put 6 words at the end of your question just to clarify that you mean that one. Some of them I may do the 6 words and then go into more in-depth if I feel like I can do a better answer. Dylan should cycle the song continuously in the store. I hope that there's more to that song, and if there is, I'd love to hear it. I'm gonna have to look into that one because I don't know. It could be pretty sweet. Starting time point, beating Eldrazi. You played Kiki Chord at the Louisville Open. Did make day 2. Had a 3-0 record against Eldrazi decks. First of all, great job. 3-0 is pretty solid. The Eldrazi decks, certainly interesting. I don't think unbeatable, but problematic. Very much problematic. So, I think the biggest thing is to sideboard in a way that is not reliant on just drawing that side one. So, but also if you guys want to toss your ideas, then yeah, I would love to. Bearable, thank you for the feedback. I really appreciate that. As always, anybody who wants to follow me on Twitter, I do my best to announce the streams and be at least a little bit entertaining, or I don't know. If you guys could tell me more about learning Twitter, then that would be excellent. But unfortunately, the stream is over. Just 4 rounds tonight. I was wrong, and that's my bad. But we will be doing more, and hit that follow button and join us again because it's going to be so much fun. I love doing this. What should be banned next? I'm going to do 6 words. I don't know. Probably maybe? Netflix and chill. Sure. Netflix is pretty sweet. Scotty B7, what were you playing at regionals? Let's ask that question because apparently you destroyed the Eldrazi. But yeah, I will pass along that the song was sweet. I'm not sure if it... I honestly don't know if it was, he created it himself or if it was something that he found. But it was very, very... I like that song a lot. It's very catchy. So hopefully it's good. And I know that Swiper earlier mentioned, basically tossed out a little bit question to the group with a compliment to me. And I guess unfortunately I have to get sappy every now and then, but thank you to so much of the people who have given a lot of positive feedback. A lot of you have given some really good constructive feedback. I've gotten a little bit of negative feedback, and I try to improve the things that they did, or that they did mention. But the positive feedback for this has been absolutely, just overwhelmingly amazing. And so, it was mostly on the Reddit post that was recent in the last week from Sunday. You guys were excellent. And since I work almost entirely off of positive reinforcement, it was a huge boost in me just doing this and wanting to do this and wanting to improve. So thank you to all of you for that because, I don't know, doing this is very much something that I didn't expect to become as much of a time sink, and since it became one, I haven't even looked back. So it's amazing. You guys are all great. That's my sappy moment. They're kind of fun. They're fun. And also it's just, I want to very much make a point of avoiding post more on Reddit. So Peter, let me ask you this question, and I'll post this question to everyone. By posting more on Reddit, do you mean just linking the when we are streaming? Because I don't know, I don't want to flood Reddit with a bunch of posts and eventually bother people. So toss me your feedback on what you guys think that I should do when approaching Reddit and how to post on there, because that's a great point, is that I'm trying to just do it monthly, but I'd happily do it more often than that. So it's just a sweet point to make. Because yeah, it certainly was successful last time. I just don't want to overstay my welcome, so to speak, on that website. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And thank you to all the people who do this stuff. But mostly, I don't want to come across as too much of a diva, which, I mean, you know, I have a lot of energy and I tend to be mildly overconfident, but I don't ever want to get to a point to where the people watching this and the people playing and the people who have helped me don't feel appreciated. You too. Have a great night.
Thanks. You too.
Okay. We should... I mean, yeah, people should follow. I completely agree with that one. We should host Popper? I'm working on it. I really am working on getting Popper. I'm hoping that maybe we can start doing it this summer. It's something that I'm looking into a lot. Any big events scheduled in the Northwest? I'd love to come by your shop. Can't afford to travel from Illinois just to see the shop. Unfortunately not. The biggest thing is, there's some GPs. It depends on what you think as being like a large event. But unfortunately, I would have a hard time, I don't want to lie to you and say, come on down for a huge event, and it's just a few people. We don't even, I think, have a GP this year. So, I don't know. It would be super cool to meet you someday. Every single one of you. I'd love to meet you, all of you. You guys seem pretty amazing. Swiper, thank you. I really appreciate that. And that's true. I will actually, that's funny, because if you end up at GP Portland, I will be there, and I will be at GP LA in May. And thank you also for that. The level of interaction is something that I've really enjoyed, and I guess going into it, I didn't even realize that it was something overly unique. It's just kind of what we did, because we didn't have anything else to say. It was at a point in which we were still very much new to the commentary, and mostly I was just talking, and I didn't quite know what I was doing, and I've hopefully improved since then. But the interaction with the chat was just something that came about, because there was only 10 people in there, and we were just talking and hanging out while watching Magic. And since then it's grown, and when it first started growing to these higher numbers, we thought that we weren't going to be able to continue it, but we kept trying, because that's the most fun part of it, and luckily it is continuing. And also, thank you for mentioning that the commentary is good and the production value is good, and certainly would not be at that point without all the feedback from a lot of people. Most recently, one of the greatest feedback providers, he's probably watching this, not now, but always watches it later. Ian, fantastic person, and does a ton of work just reviewing what I do and to I don't know. He gives me all kinds of amazing feedback to where he'll even take notes on these streams and let me know things that I can do. I'm actually a little bit curious about getting partnered. It's an interesting thought. Hopefully we can do it soon, but I'm still new to it, and I want to make sure, because there are also... again. Have you... Ooh, that's pretty cool. So, I'd like to do that, and also I'm looking at eventually trying to contact some of the other people who are very known on Twitch that happen to be local into this area. And I'm going to try and contact them eventually, now that, we have the green screen and it's kind of upped in its value a lot. But people like Newmont the Nummy and stuff like that, I'm going to try contacting them eventually to just see if they can give me some feedback and help me improve the product. Because those are people who have been doing it a long time, and certainly have, had a lot of success with it. So, ooh, I have a knock.
Oh, we're all done, did you know?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Thanks. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I did.
Cool.
I lost and tied every match.
Yeah, well.
But yeah.
Such is life.
Yeah, you still gotta use that format.
Yeah, Modern's definitely a different beast.
Are you recording still?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Say hi.
Hi, everybody. I did really bad today. I went 0-3-1.
But you were part of the Nathan Muir match.
Yeah, that was Nathan. There was actually the Nathan right before us, too. The other Nathan. So
yeah.
Triple Nates.
Nathan's everywhere.
Can't stop us.
Have a good one. I have a lot of deck boxes. I've got like 8 Modern decks put together. It's a lot of fun to play them. So, yeah, definitely thank you. And to anybody whoever are in the area, if you're in the area and we're close by, I'd love to meet anybody who wants to and watches this. one of the coolest things is that when I happened to be in GP Vancouver, there were, I think, 2 people that I met who recognized me. And granted, this was all very new in the stream, but just it was like something off of my bucket list. Getting recognized by someone that I didn't know. It was the coolest thing. It was just the coolest thing. Alright, so, yeah, probably pretty close to calling it, unless you guys have some more things that you would like to say. Again, you know, this would certainly be nothing, even close to what it is without all of you guys. So, yeah, so, apparently a catchphrase of mine now. T-shirts. One day I will make t-shirts, and it'll be super cool. Oh, man. Except I'm pretty sure that I'd be the only person who would ever wear those t-shirts, but that's just the way that it goes. And then I'd have t-shirts with my face on them or something, or, oh, God. Or something Geek Fortressy with quotes on it. There's all kinds of cool stuff that I could eventually do, and it's all in the future. What is my favorite deck box? I like sturdy, red, and man, ultimate deck. I don't know what it's called. It's like a tower thing, and it's like, I call it the card condo, because it has a lower box you can put the 60 cards in, and then an upper box for dice, and it's super cool. So, not really sure. I don't know what it's called. 6 words. Deck boxes are always cool. Always. You know what, Peter? Sure. Since the first person jokingly brought it up, I'm not sure if it was me or anyone else at this point, but I will always happily devalue anyone's cards if they want me to, but I very much doubt that it's going to become a thing. I think I've sent like 7 cards, and it was mostly just people being like, yeah, go ahead, sign it, and it's been bolts. So, I don't know. If you guys want me to devalue your cards, I'll do it. Ultimate deck guard, deck protector. Yeah, I can't talk right now. Also, a t-shirt with the jingle on it would be amazing. The only big... I think we should save that one until the stream becomes well known to where that actually is like a recognizable thing, but I doubt that that'll happen either. But there's all kinds of fun stuff. So, I don't know. I'm pretty close to calling it an evening, unless you guys come up with any other questions as I'm doing this little final thing. But my last thoughts is that every time that I do this, I seem to become more and more encouraged by the group of people who so consistently show up. And so I'm really hopeful and really excited for the future of this stream. And you guys play a huge part in that. And so, I don't know, I'm very excited. Hopefully we go nothing but up, because this is just continuing to be, one of the this feels like one of those experiences that just makes for great things that it's hard to put into words, but you guys are awesome. And also, Peter got duded. I'll bring a green shirt one of these days, but I'll have something else that I can switch from, and then just do a mystery floating head bit. That'll be fun. Maybe for Halloween or 4th of July or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm probably going to call it a night. Again, you guys are incredible. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. If you'd like to, again, it got requested. Still makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I'll say it every now and then because I feel like I should make a habit of it. But there is a donate button at the bottom of this page. And, yeah. I can't wait to see you guys next time. So, join us this Friday at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time for Legacy. And if that's not your thing, join us Saturday at 6 Pacific Standard Time for some more Modern. Until then, I am TJ, and have a good night, everybody.